What's up, Britishes? Welcome back. Allow me to just really quickly check on one thing that I didn't get a chance to. As you can see, webcam is back. I found out what the issue was. Resolved it mostly. I just got to get the settings back to as they were. When I thought it was broken, I deleted the, I replaced it on OBS with the webcam for my laptop. So the settings are like a little jank right now. They don't look as good as they should, / did. I got a little bit more of a green halo than before, but besides that, it should be back to pretty much normal. Did it work? Did it make noise? Hey, it didn't make noise! Wait, let me see. There you go. Okay, yeah, it makes noise. It makes noise. Good news. Good news, it makes noise. For whatever reason, the first one of the day is just like always mute. It's quite strange. It's quite fucking bizarre. Let's start, shall we? I'm excited and I'm hungry. Give me a second to turn on the fan. I'm back, baby. John, I'm sending you to the FBI. And then Remix timed his own self out. No, it actually says the BFI. I'm sorry, I thought it said the FBI. Remix got fucking timed out. Honestly, Remix kind of got fucking owned right there. Good job on Remix for fucking destroying Remix's stupid ass. Fuck you, Remix. Let's go, Remix. Fucking owning that other idiot. All right, we're continuing. Wait, what? The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story? I thought this was the Hound of Baskervilles. I thought this was the Hound of Baskervilles. That's my favorite Sherlock Holmes story, and it's not even in this game, apparently. Didn't it say that when we started this mission? I mean, this mission is not really that similar, kind of, I guess. The Hound of Baskervilles, if I remember, is also about a weird mistaken identity thing. Like a sus imposter of sorts, just like this case. Remember, if you recall from last week, basically right now we're in a pawn shop where a weird guy was pretending to be like a wealthy urban socialite and try to steal this little girl's belongings. But unfortunately, he was BTFO'd by our big brain powers. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Oh yeah, Benedict Egbert. That was his name. Yeah, that guy pretended to be rich so he could steal this coat because it belonged to the late Magnus McGilded, who was a crime magnate. Not like a magnet, but like a magnate. You know what I'm saying? This important distinction. He is not a thing you slap on your fridge. Remix got sent to the filling BFI. What the fuck is the BFI? What is the BFI? See, I don't know that commercial. 5 donuts! I know the KFC Fleur de Donuts commercial. That one's probably the best commercial ever made. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. I'm gonna blind you. Blinded! You actually just got blinded by the light. Dude, something else that's funny too is I had like a backup camera set up just in case, so I could at any time turn it, and now there's just two me's. Hello? Hello, other John? That one doesn't have the green screen though, because I couldn't fit it neatly in the green screen. But yeah, it's just an extra old like laptop webcam I had lying around, so if worst came to worst, I was gonna use that one. But luckily we got the regular one working again. Turns out I just had like too much shit plugged into the same USB port. I have one of those big fucking USB extenders with like 8 slots, and I had just filled it up so much that the controller on that USB port wasn't working anymore. It was like overloading, so what I had to do was unplug it and then just plug the webcam into the back of the PC directly instead. It wouldn't work through that extender anymore. There's something troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Susato, if you don't start fucking making sense and cracking wise, I'm gonna start cracking plates over your fucking brain. I'm gonna start breaking plates over your eyes if you don't start cracking wise. She is not making any jokes yet. She has not even said, that happened a single time. This game really needed some Hollywood writer to punch up the dialogue and make it more funnier. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today will be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today.
Would have been 15th February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposit it at 10:30 p.m., I see.
What? But that suggests... Guys, why is this date important? It's playing the super important music, though. Shit. Was this when the trial with McGilded was happening? I mean, I don't remember the dates at all, but that's my only guess based on story relevance. He's being filmed as we speak. Poor Remix, dude. He's straight up being filmed by the BFI. Whatever the hell that means. It sounds like a K-pop group, possibly? But possibly not. You played as a Chain Jellyling in SS13. Nice, it's fun. It was basically being the sus imposter. They kind of stole it from Among Us, to be honest, but I mean, not every game can be good. Some games have to steal, it's understandable. The 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Oh my, it wasn't the trial, it was the murder that Mr. McGilded may or may not have committed. We're still unclear on that. All we know is we got him off on the charge, but it was clearly, suspicious, very suspicious. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Huh. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. Oh, Benedict, tell us what you know. This is actually a grand conspiracy. Like, I've been saying it for the past couple sessions. You kind of get that impression, but like, now the grand conspiracy is confolding. Like, here's what's the crazy part. There was this murder that McGilded happened to be accused of, taking place in an omnibus way across London town. All at the same time, his coat with a mysterious music disc in the pocket was being deposited at this pawn store, which just so happens to be across the street from the World Fair that's taking place in a few months. There are so many coincidences that it cannot be coincidence. There has to be some grander plan unfolding here. There has to be some sort of conspiracy at work. It's the cult that slithers in the dark from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Dude, that was so funny yesterday. I called that shit so fucking hard, it was absurd. I managed to get 3 people. Oh, nice. As the changeling? That's gotta be hard to get multiple dudes. Because in SS13, like, unless it's a custom map, the map is not that big. People are constantly wandering around, like seeing each other. You are of course at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... Oh my god, no! I really wish I could do special effects in real time. I just would have made a gunshot effect, like encompass the screen and then the stream would cut off. It would say technical difficulties and then the stream ends. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. Ugh, what do I do? No, I don't want to hand it over. I'm going and save in case I get murdered, but I don't want to hand it over. I want to solve the mystery. He's bluffing. He can't shoot me in broad daylight in front of multiple witnesses. He just can't get away with it. It's impossible. There are some things a man must protect at all costs, especially little music boxes. This may well be one of those things. And again, it may not. Oh no!
Mr. Winterbank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen...
Why did he say his own name? Why? Is he Pikachu? Why did he say his own fucking name before he started talking? That was very weird.
I should have to take my own life.
Mr. Winterbank, no! Alright, that's enough. It's Mr. Colonel Gumbleshoes! Why is he here? It's Gregson, baby! Inspector Gregson! Why is he here? I would not have guessed that character. Inspector?
That's right, sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be. You're here at last. I was moments away from fulfilling my own life in my very own establishment.
Yeah, camera's back. I figured out what was wrong. All I need to do now is get the settings back to normal. I didn't have time to do that because I needed to start the stream, but once I have the settings back, it'll be back to just how it used to be. Right now, there's like a bit of a green halo and the lighting is a little weird, but I can figure it out. I can figure it out off stream. It would seem you have the upper hand. That guy is so evil, dude. He gave the coat back, too.
Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Argy-bargy? What the fuck is argy-bargy? British people, why? Why you do this? Learn English, please. I beg of you. I've been fucking begging British people since day one to learn their own damn language, and they just refuse. They do not like it. They're basically the changelings from Space Station 13, but in real life. They're basically the BFI, but in real life. Mr. Windibank very nearly met his end.
Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I could tell.
Oh dear.
And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. Please take us to the Hound of Baskervilles. It's a good case. The thing about the Hound of Baskervilles is it's actually not a great case, but it's a fun story, you know? They all out on the marsh. They be all out on the bog and stuff. It's really funny because the Hound of Baskervilles, if you're not familiar, it's basically an old Sherlock Holmes story. It's probably the most famous one, I would say. It's a really good one. And it's about this family that lives in, I think the location is called the Baskervilles. I don't think the family is. They live out in the Baskervilles, which is like a rural area, and they're like the lords of the land. And there's an old curse that says that they will meet their end by a demonic dog. And so the murder mystery starts. The old lord is dead, his face contorted in fear. And everyone's like, holy shit, the legend is real. There's a dog that's been seen with fucking glowing red evil eyes and like fire shooting from his mouth. And you're like, dang, that's crazy, right? How did they manage to fake that? What kind of crazy contraption is in the background? And it turns out it's just a giant dog. It turns out it's just a giant dog and the killer like shoved a bunch of shit in his mouth to make it smoke. It's like kind of a lame cop-out, but it's still a fun story. I think it was phosphorus or something. They put like phosphorus around his eyes and in his mouth so that he would look demonic. It was something like that. But yeah, it was just like a lot less complex than you'd expect. It was just a dog that would attack and kill people that had smoke on its head.
I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Ah! He's getting away! Get after him, lads. Whistle the beat officer, too.
Sir. Sir.
There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So we fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters to let us know when there's trouble.
So they've been looking for this coat, I guess. They've been looking for something in the pawn shops. Here's the other thing too. I can't help but notice how like acrobatic and showy that guy is who tried to steal our music box. So I feel like it's definitely possible that the circus is like what all of this is revolving around too. Remember there was a circus mentioned in the last case that just never came up in terms of the mystery ever? It was just completely unfired Chekhov's gun. They had the pamphlet, the couple that ended up being the quote unquote killers. They had a pamphlet to go to the fucking sweet circus, and then nothing ever came of it. Like none of the suspects were from the circus, none of the crime took place at the circus, nothing. It just was completely unused. So maybe this is where it's leading. Maybe the circus is involved in this grand conspiracy.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed. I'm rubbing this sponge all over my face for it.
It kind of looked like a Pop-Tart, to be honest. I think the reason this man is so horribly obese is because he rubs Pop-Tarts and it gets into his pores and in his bloodstream. You can at least use a napkin, perhaps a paper towel. I feel like that is just wasteful, if anything, too. Unless he likes them extra salty and he still eats them afterwards. Then that's fair.
Now then, Mr. Permanently Morning.
Oh, yes. Oh, he's talking about me because I wear all black. I forgot about that. Sick burn, Gregson. This is the old webcam. I figured out what the problem was. I just had too much shit plugged into the same USB port. I have one of those like giant USB extender dongles. And I don't know why I just decided to stop, but yeah, my computer couldn't handle it anymore. the webcam was just too much to also have plugged into that. So once I unplugged that and got it shoved into the back of the computer instead on its own dedicated USB port, it started working again. So thank goodness, Kaloo, it still works. I don't have to get a new one. But yeah, I did have a backup set up just in case, see? I have, hello, it's another one. It's like the one that came with my laptop, but I'm glad I didn't have to use it because it looks a lot worse. It's like grainier, and it also couldn't use the green screen because of the, I couldn't get it at the same angle. Yeah, it's one of those USB strips, so it, I guess it just didn't like it anymore, man. I guess it just was like, I was using too much power on it. I had like everything, I had like a fucking crypto mining rig hook up to it. I had a fucking windmill hooked up to that USB slot. There was just a little too much drain on the poor thing. As a changeling, I went under the pretense that I was lonely and making friends. Aw, poor changeling. No wonder people were more receptive to it. You can let a changeling kill you a little bit as long as he's trying to make friends. That is the trick to, you know, manipulating your way into people's confidence, is like seeming unassuming. No one wants to see someone who's like greater than them in some way, you know? It's a lot easier to get into people's good graces if you like act the part of the fool. That's the famous like comedians thing too, is like you always want to come across as dumber than your audience. You could be the smartest comic in the world and they'll always try to make themselves like seem stupid and schlubby. They'll always be like, oh, my dick fell off because it's so small and I'm fat and dumb. And then the audience is like, yeah, that guy sucks. Woo! It's a classic rule. It's a classic rule. Oh, yes?
I'll be taking that, whatever it is, I'm a gilded, down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
No one cares, Lestrade. You fucking are dumb and dumb and dumb and also dumb and stupid too. The changeling is like the thing. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. From, I've played SS13 a few times. I just never got too into it. I learned how to make robots and do chemistry in it, but that's it.
I'm sorry, miss. Well, anything belonging to my gilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence? Was it? What was the other thing? It wasn't chemistry. What was it? I can't remember. I can't remember what the other thing I learned was. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
Finally, my own copy of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 for the PS2.
Go.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't think it was chemistry that I learned. I don't think it was chemistry that I learned, because I just remembered how complex that one was. It was something else, I think. Okay, but maybe botany? No. I don't know. I don't remember. And so we handed Mr. McGilded's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Da-da. Da-da. But I want to know what the music disc does.
To be continued. What happened to me music disc?
This is crazy. Huh. So we don't even have like a mystery yet, weirdly enough. Hound of Baskervilles, Hound of Baskervilles. No, it just says the unspeakable story. Fuck that. This fucking choosing your mission where I hit start game, I swear to God it said the Hound of Baskervilles. I fucking swear to God it did. I got hyped for it, I remember that. Am I crazy? 15th April, Baker Street. Show me Toby.
See? That's why I ain't grown up. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What?
Oh my, surely you were given that.
Yeah, the day let me keep it, after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scarper. Always pays off giving people the look like you ate them.
She's eating everybody out here, dude. She's gonna be the size of that pawnbroker in no time if she keeps eating entire human adults. Funny weeds in botany. Yeah, you can make all sorts of stuff in botany in Space Station 13. You know what game's better than Space Station 13? Kenshi! It's not even the same type of game, but it's just like objectively better, which is why I pointed out. I can't help feeling like that's gonna get you into serious trouble one day.
What I really wanted was a nice shiny disc mine.
The music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless.
I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare.
I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibanks again today.
Why not? It's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank.
But that disc's mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in the coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it?
What is she talking about? Dude, please speak fucking English, Lestrade. What are you saying? She is like a parody of a fucking British person at this point. I thought we were gonna send her to jail. My fucking stream title is a complete lie. She was the destitute woman in question. I thought she was going to turbo jail for what she'd done. Which turned out to be nothing, but still. We could have definitely pinned some crime on her. Just like playing some weed on her. Start hitting her with billy clubs till she passes out and then throw a packet of weed on her head. I mean, you could do it. There's nothing wrong with it. Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he?
Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is.
Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day.
Yeah, and it's all your fault, Shobes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening?
Aye?
Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain. Oh, this is Sholmes, sorry. Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital.
As long as we're eating adults, I don't see why not. I mean, no, Tar.
Oh.
Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something?
She's gone, she left. Oh dear, she's gone. I just said that, Susato! Susato's trying to fucking steal my thunder, dude. Susato is like slowly trying to just edge me out of the friend group by replacing everything I say and trying to pass it off as her own. She's just like stealing everything that I say, all my classic catchphrases, and passing them off as her own. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have no fucking place left here. It's bullshit, I tell you. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Yeah, she's kind of a douchebag, but she's probably hungry at least. She is quite poor. I feel like at some point, your pride is just outweighed by needing to eat adults, because otherwise you'll die. She is basically the medieval Wendigo when you get right down to it. Hang on a second. Yeah. What? My controller was all tangled up at webcam wires. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. What? That's me! Dude, this fucking game keeps breaking my ankles by switching who's talking while keeping the old portrait on the screen. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting. What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later then. You know what I'm hoping kind of happens in this game, but at the same time hoping doesn't happen because he's my favorite character, is the death of Sherlock Holmes. I said earlier that Hound of Baskervilles was the most famous Sherlock Holmes story, only contested by the death of Sherlock Holmes, which might actually be the most famous one. I don't know which one is more famous in like the pop culture, but it's incredibly famous because it started a huge scandal. All the British ladies started sending fucking death threats to the author to bring back Sherlock Holmes. So they could definitely do that in this game if they want to get real cheeky with it. There is the story in which he just like famously straight up dies. So when you're writing a game about murder investigations, that feels like a logical climax, right? Is your helper character who's been your only friend in this new town gets horribly murdered? I could definitely see it. I could definitely see it happening. Mickey Mouse! Yo, this game, this game is getting Sora. Confirmed. Confirmed! Anyway, I'm leaving this place. This house is nice. That's not 221B Baker Street. That's way too nice. Sherlock Holmes can't afford that in this game. He's a fucking destitute rodent. Fucking pawns all his shit every week. We were asked to show our faces here, so... Okay, let's go to Sholmes' suite. Let's see what he's up to, shall we? "15th April, 3:46 p.m. Sholmes' suite." Sholmes is pretty sweet, I'm not gonna lie. How does Iris even fucking function sitting in a normal human chair? Oh, look, she built herself like a little baby stool right there in front of it so her legs don't dangle to the floor. That kind of makes sense, I guess. That adds up. Oh, God. I still don't like this character. She has not grown on me yet. I'm gonna give her a chance, okay? I'm gonna give her a chance. I'm not gonna hate on her every time she's on screen. I'm just pointing out, for the record, that I still fucking hate her guts, and I hope she gets run over by a giant double-decker bus. What? What's so wrong about that? What's so wrong about that? I'm basically about to send her fucking ass to station 9 3/4. Pick her up like Bowser and just fucking launch her headfirst into a brick wall.
Oh, Susie and Bruno, come in, come in.
She has the same voice as Lestrade, too, is the other problem. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning.
Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always.
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. Hee, you'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers. Look at her creepy little mole eyes. That's weird, dude. She shouldn't have little eyes. Kids have giant eyes. Like, that's the whole thing about eyes, is that they're always relatively the same size. Your head just gets bigger around them. If she has little eyes already, she's gonna be a beady-eyed ass motherfucker when she's an adult. So long, gay Iris. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Build her a fucking little invention to launch her headfirst into the brick wall, maybe. That's the only shit she should be building. British ass rodent with tiny eyes. Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear, it's awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it?
It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting?
Who's Ginny? Gina Lestrade. Okay, gotcha. I'm almost done reading Dune. Oh, nice. How's that going so far? Dude, I'm almost done fucking owning Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I'm still gloating over calling that fucking plot twist. That was so funny. I'm gloating, I tell you. So I slightly regret my opinion now. When I, well, I did that one choice early on the cliffside. What with the stabbing and then kicking of the sun and such. That might have been a slight overreaction as it turns out. But I still think it was funny, so it was worth it.
It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting?
Oh, what a surprise. Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. You like it? I hear it's really good. I need to read Dune at some point. I'm gonna watch the movie first, because I can't find any time to read it right now, but I hope to read it eventually. Because I imagine the movie's not exactly the same, you know, it's probably different. Remix is back from his self-imposed exile. Welcome back. For those of you who missed it, Remix timed himself out at the beginning of the stream. Iris seemed overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh yes, that does sound like fun. And then he's like, wait, no. Oh no, she calls him out on it. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Oh man, he's got it rough. He's so sad.
Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Jesus, why is he so angry? Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. What? Okay, Sherlock Holmes is apparently suffered a tragic stroke in the 3 minutes I was gone. That's unfortunate.
You don't understand my motives.
That part's true. People keep uploading the audiobooks and then they get taken down. Yeah, that happens. It's weird because, like, well, no, it makes perfect sense. That's probably one of the easiest possible things for just the automated software to catch. Same with music, right? Like, it just goes to the automatic matching software to see if it's stolen. It's probably, unless you like add in a cartoon clang sound effect every 3 seconds and like, oh god, like an old car horn, then it's probably hard to not trip the audio when you're reading in the exact same tone with the exact same voice for 4 hours straight. Probably pretty easy to tell when it's stolen. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see. Oh, he's working on that case he was talking about earlier.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. They're dead! They're obviously fucking dead, Sherlock. God damn. Well, that's not true. They could also turn out to be horrible villains as well. That's basically the breakdown of, like, family roles and stories, is they either exist to die tragically or become a villain that you have to overcome dramatically. There's not really much in between. They don't just show up and then they're like, hi, all right, see ya. The audiobook I like is from cassette tapes. I remember I used to have cassette tape audiobooks when I was really young. Like, I listened to a little bit of like the Harry Potter stuff on cassette because my sister had the cassette audio tapes of Harry Potter. I remember that, yeah. Back when that was a thing. Back when that was a fucking thing. I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Bruno? You ever have such a funny look on your face?
Oh no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you?
Hey, oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book.
This girl is dangerous.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
Okay, where's your dead-ass fucking mom then? Runs out of the room crying. Where's dead parents? Oh, come on, man. He's not even gonna ask her about her dead parents. He's got way too much tact. Wait. She looks like Geordie LaForge right now because the text dialogue lines up perfectly over her eyes. I'm going to make a weird sex hologram of my coworker. And then I'll turn into a lizard and have sex and lay eggs on a lizard planet. Geordie LaForge had a strange character arc is all I'm gonna say. He got up to some wacky misadventures, that guy. He got up to some strange hijinks, that one. Living with Sholmes.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here.
Animal Crossing updated! We're switching to Animal Crossing, baby. No, I'm just kidding. Oops.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Whirly were working on.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What? This is so confusing. Oh, wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? It can't be the guy from the first case. That makes the timing doesn't make any sense. The timing doesn't make any sense. Because we asked Sherlock on the boat ride 1 minute after his friend got tragically murdered, and he was like, no, Holmes is back at Baker Street. He wasn't like, Holmes is fucking dead as hell. That doesn't make any sense. Did you say he and Hurley? Yeah, that's what I'm fucking talking about, dude. Geordie LaForge is a fucking freak. He's such a weird ass. And then he was like mystified when she was fucking creeped out. She's like, no fucking shit, you can't do this, dipshit. I should get you reported to HR. And he's like, huh? But I'm Geordie LaForge. I build sex robots all day. Yeah, he's a weird dude. Geordie LaForge is kind of a freak. I feel like that episode was just like the PSA on not sexually assaulting your coworkers for the nerds that watch Star Trek. Just for like the most socially inept, you know? It was like Data was the genuine paragon role model for those people of how to act ethically. And then Geordie LaForge, that episode was like the warning of what not to do. It's like, okay guys, listen, don't make sex robots of your coworkers. You'll get in trouble. I know you don't understand social cues, but that one's a pretty basic one. That's like a pretty basic line that most people will have and not be cool with.
Yes, Daddy and Hurley were always solving mystery cases together.
You didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there.
This doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. She said that she did that. Is she a liar? She said she was the one who wrote all the mysteries. Liar! I guess this happened a long time ago. It was like the closest you could get to an actual sex robot. Well, that's not true. You know what? Crazily enough, season 1, remember there's the episode where everybody on the ship gets horny and then Tasha Yar like jumps Data's boner? They straight up had a robot, sex robot scene. What a strange program. What a strange television program. I forgot about that. Yeah, there was like an actual straight up sex robot moment. A hashtag sex robot orgy.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the middle chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all? You know what's funny is that was also like, it was kind of uncool in retrospect, but they never really addressed that. Like, to my knowledge, Data was completely unaffected by that because he was a robot. It was like a pheromone thing. So like, it's just, he was essentially taking advantage of his horribly intoxicated coworker. Like, she was clearly not in the right state of mind at all. It was like they were being fucked with mentally, but then he's like, I am initiating boner program. Initiating jackhammer sex mode. Like, I don't know, Dave, that's a little weird, man. You could have at least waited till after the sex hormones wore off to see if she was still into it. Yeah, that was a little, Tasha Yar definitely gave those vibes. The, you know, the whole, carpet patrol type situation. But it turned out she was straightman. At least for Robot Dick. At least for Robot Dick. She might have just been a robophile. So you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases?
Oh yes, I mean it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
This is so weird, because we asked her about this like the second we met her. Remember Susato asked her about, but isn't Watson a man and didn't they do cases together? She's like,
no, it was just me writing the stories.
Maybe that's not what happened and she just like artfully dodged the question back then. But I seem to remember her denying that there was ever like a real Holmes in the stories. I seem to remember that, and then Susato was like crushed because she was so sad about it. Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look at the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up
and found your father's memoirs.
Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell out of his chair. But then he told me, that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Yeah, I probably just don't remember properly because it's been many sessions. That was like the second or third session, I think. It was a while. Tasha Yar and Marcy D'Arcy. What? I don't even know who Marcy D'Arcy is, but that's a fucking amazing name. I liked Tasha Yar. She was cool. I was sad when I was a kid. She got eaten by the slime monster. She got eaten by a big slime monster. It's funny too, because you can like super tell that it was her wanting to get off the show to pursue other projects, because it comes out of like absolutely nowhere. It's not even built up, and it has like no lasting impact aside from like some data side stories. She just like gets eaten by a tar monster, and then the episode ends. And next episode, she's just like replaced by Worf or whatever. She's just gone. It was pretty hilarious. Oh, she was the neighbor on Married with Children. I see. That makes sense, I guess. Iris's father.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
Oh yeah, okay, so this was a long fucking time ago. So weird. This is so weird. This is so fucking weird, I must admit. Yeah, so this was a long fucking time ago, and the Wilson in the case from the beginning of the game was just totally unrelated. It was just like a complete coincidence that a guy named John Wilson was, and her name is Iris Wilson, was killed in the first case. Just complete coincidence. Maybe? I don't know. Wait, no. It's not a coincidence. He faked his death. John Wilson faked his death. He didn't die back then like they thought he died. He faked his death for whatever reason and kept working in secret to try to crack a case. And that's why that girl killed him in the first case. I see. I think that must be what it is. It would be way too coincidental if there just happened to be two John Wilsons in the same story, dying at separate times for no reason. It has to be he faked his death for whatever reason. And that would also give a better motive for that girl in the first case who murdered him. He must have been like too close to cracking her secrets, her secret cases. She was a carpet supervisor, that's fair. She was a carpet commander, as a matter of fact. She was a high-level lesbian. Let's go, lesbians, guys. Round of applause for the lesbians in the world. Bravo. Because this is what they do. They're basically the thin blue line standing between us and white women. They're keeping them out of our hair. They're keeping them out of our lives. So I fucking salute you, lesbians. Thank you for your service.
When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean.
It must have done. It must have done! What the fuck does that mean? The most mysterious part of this game so far is trying to fucking decipher the gibberish that British people say on a constant basis. It must have done. It must have done! I was tiny, and then it came as a shock when he told me he wasn't my daddy. It must have done. No! That is not even relevant to what she was saying at all. I guess it must have done, though, when you really think about it. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age.
Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh?
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes.
Oh god, this better not become a stupid-ass mechanic. This better not become a stupid mechanic. Like that green bead from the first game. Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, actually.
I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything as soon as he's solved a case. It but vanishes from his mind.
Relatable, honestly.
Oh, I see. The other day it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again.
That's pretty funny.
It was quite a shock for everyone.
You can say that again.
It was quite a shock for everyone.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris?
That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yup, it's the same guy.
I learnt it from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Who could it be? I hope it cuts back to, it did. It cut back to a completely unrelated character. I know where they're going with this, but it's just funny. It was the judge! Oh my god. It was my friend who died on the boat. It was the cat of the Russian ballerina.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Mrs. Otto?
Yes.
Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time.
I think that would be for the best.
That's the fucking dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. We could have just solved a big mystery right now. Goes back to playing the happy music. Was there like, maybe I'm just geeking, was there a giant time skip between now and Japan? I don't think so. There was like a time skip of a month. There was a time skip of like a month or two, but that's not long enough for all this other shit to happen. So she definitely thought he's been dead for like years and years and years. But she wasn't specific. She just said it was when she was still tiny. You're still tiny! So she's not being helpful at all. But yeah, remember she wrote the entirety of the adventure of Herlock Sholmes since he's been dead? So yeah, it's been a long time. He faked his death. But why? Why fake his own death? Now see, that is actually the Hound of Baskervilles. In the Hound of Baskervilles, the whole trick of it, like the whole secret was that there was this really suspicious man on the mire while Watson was investigating, like doing his own investigation. And there was this suspicious shadowy figure who would appear on the mire and people thought it was like a ghost or a spirit. Turns out it was Holmes who never told Watson that he had hung back and was gonna go investigate on his own. And so maybe this is a similar thing. Maybe this time Watson did what Holmes did in the Hound of Baskervilles, and he went off to do his own separate investigation. Unfortunately, he got like turbo murdered during it, but maybe that's the idea, right? Maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know why else you would abandon your fucking newborn daughter who's also an orphan. There's very few reasons you should have to abandon your daughter whose mother's already dead. Well, maybe we'll see his justification, but yeah, that's pretty rude, that's rough. So by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're best of friends.
Oh, hee hee, what a lovely tale. It's not a lovely tale.
Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can.
Oh.
And I chase after her down the back alleys.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed.
Whoops.
Oh. There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow.
I think she just wants smoke grenades, to be totally honest. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher?
Yes, that's right.
I'd got bored of it anyway.
Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she actually does come. There he is. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you. Eek, Mr. Sholmes. Why ever did you make your presence known to me before? Sorry, not make your presence known to me before. Hey! Well, no matter now. Now that you've made a goose noise, it's all water under the bridge. How the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin. Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, he forgot about the whole reason we went to the pawn shop. Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. He got the music thing.
Oh, another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Mrs. Otto. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc.
Oh my.
Then what's it doing here? Sorry, I'm taking a drink real fast. I didn't die at the helm. You know what was really funny about my streaming habits at this point? When I was playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey yesterday with no webcam, when I thought the webcam was broken, I was still gesturing and trying to make eye contact with the webcam the whole time. And it kept fucking me over because it's a fast-paced action game, but I kept doing it because it's just such a habit at this point. It was really weird. It was just so ingrained that even though it accomplished absolutely nothing, I kept doing it anyway. You know, at times, Mr. Naruto, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may as well have an even bigger erection. I mean, I may as well be more adept at larceny.
Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'll be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications.
Alright, pretty dope. Yo, what up, Sausage Toes? Sausage Toes, hype. Remember that guy with the robot voice? I love that dude. I still watch his streams every now and then. His name's Juicy Stinker or something like that.
Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Let's talk about the music box disc, shall we? But when do we get to talk about the bust of Napoleon, dude? I love Napoleon. There's only one game made about Napoleonic era, and it's not even fun, which is the depressing part. Mountain Blade Napoleonic Wars. I was so hyped for it, because I love the Napoleonic Wars. But it's not fun. It doesn't work. I wish it did. It's a cool idea, but then yeah, it's Mountain Blade, so the realistic damage means that people just shoot each other, they instantly die. So all the battles are just everybody just dies instantly. It's not super interesting. The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession to begin with? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. It's a chocolate bar. That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes. You're our one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc.
I don't remember.
He's coming to liberate my ass. He is, dude. Napoleon was basically the original American. He would just invade other countries and say he was there to liberate everybody. It was great. Godspeed, Napoleon. The only difference is he actually would improve the lives of the people he liberated as opposed to us, who we mostly just bomb people and then leave and said it was a tie. We bomb the shit out of people, lose the war, and then withdraw and say we won. It's not nearly as efficient of a method. Wakabi says, Napoleon was French actually. Fucking oaf. You know what, Wakapi? You got me there, dude. I totally thought he was actually American. No! It was a metaphor! I was likening his attitude and tactics to America, Wakapi. You fucking spider on the wall. You fucking twinkle twinkle little star. Watch me crank that, watch me far. Wakabi, I'm about to Superman that hoe if you don't fucking calm down. Yeah, it is true. He would invade people and just raise a new army of conscripts. It was pretty dope. He would also just win over enemy generals. They'd be like, you know what? I'm not going against Napoleon. I'll just join his team instead. And then they made him live on an island and he's like, man, I hate islands anyway. Cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. He was also incredibly racist, fun fact. I think he got less racist eventually, but yeah, Napoleon was unfortunately pretty racist. That's the one thing I'm not a big fan of when it comes to Napoleon. He's He was at one point pro-slavery as well, which is kind of uncool. But he did reverse it in his defense. He reinstated slavery and then rebanned it again. So yeah, that part was a little uncool. But yeah, he was very racist. He basically treated black generals like shit because he assumed they would be incompetent. I think he got slightly better eventually, but definitely a character flaw for sure. Not a perfect man, believe it or not. Believe it or not, he was not quite as, I don't know, he was not quite as egalitarian as our modern sensibilities. OG American Mega Chat. Yeah, Marquis de Lafayette. True that.
True that! Whoop whoop!
You know what my favorite American is? Thomas Jefferson. He was also a bit of an asshole because he would like rape his slaves and stuff. But he was a cool guy. Besides that, guys, cancel culture has gone too far. Now I'm a villain just for raping my slaves once? Okay, come on now. People are allowed to grow and make mistakes. Come on now. How dare you come for my neck like this?
I'll be taking that whatever it is in my gildeds down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. How did he get it back? For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. Aha! You're a genius! Holy crap, Sherlock Holmes is so fucking smart. I would never think to do that shit. This is why Sherlock Holmes gets paid the big bucks, dude. I would never in a million years think to do this on the fly like that. That's like genius tech right there. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars like this. That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. I just assumed that he bribed the guy with fucking delicious treats. The only problem is twofold, right? There's two problems I could see arising here. One is that there was the note taped back to the original disc, so it's possible the note was the important part and not the music disc. Not likely, but possible. The other thing is that there was blood on the real disc. So like, we're not gonna be able to find out what that blood was about. And that's probably extremely important. So those two things are like slightly bad, but still good on him for getting the impression for sure. It's way better than nothing. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution. How extraordinary. Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and its unique form is duplicate. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. The music on the disc. You tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? It actually plays Rick and Morty by Soulja Boy, if you could believe that. If you could crazy fucking believe that shit. Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Oh, fuck off. I suppose you know, Iris? Little turd. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different noises. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Protuberance. That's so hard to say. Protuberance gang, rise up. Rise up and make a better fucking word for yourselves, because that was too hard to say. They should call it bumpos. Gets the same point across with half the syllables and way easier to say. But over time, a new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm music box does not match that of another. Oh no! Sorry, I said one firms, not one firm. Dang it.
Come back here, cowards.
That's Alex Jones. That's Alex Jones. Is Alex Jones still a thing? Does he still even exist? It's been like a remarkably long time since I heard about Alex Jones, strangely. I guess banning him off of Twitter really fucked him over and like YouTube and stuff. Because you used to hear about Alex Jones at least like once a month, probably. It's been like probably a year since I heard about him now. We have no way of knowing in which the music box of this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the discs in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. Did you try the Pawn Sharp? But as you can hear, to no avail. Where did we see music boxes in this case so far? I think just in the pawn shop. I could be forgetting something from way earlier, but I'm pretty sure just in the pawn shop we saw a music box and that's it. I think just in the pawn shop and that's literally it. I'm trying to remember like even earlier cases, but to no avail. But to no avail! To epic fail instead. I don't remember any other music box. It could also definitely be a coded message and it's not supposed to sound like music. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? How can you afford that shit? I thought you were poor.
That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far.
But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? I can sleep in the music box, that's alright. It's like rocking you to sleep when it brushes its sweet combs against your skin. Against your supple sleeping form. Here's the crazy part too about my dog. Speaking of music boxes, my dog has been sleeping all fucking day today. It's so annoying. I don't know why it bothers me, but I see my dog just laying there fucking asleep. And I get so mad. I'm like, wake up, you fucking runt. You fucking runt of the litter. She's been asleep since I woke up to when I went streaming. Maybe she's awake now, but she was sleeping that whole fucking time. Just curled up in a fucking ball sleeping. I was going to drop a hot water challenge y'all on her head, but I didn't have any charge on my phone, so I couldn't record it in time. Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. It's on. This is what I was gonna do to my dog, basically.
Hot water challenge, y'all!
This is basically the hot carriage challenge. Unfortunately, Mr. McGilded perished trying to blow up on TikTok. Unfortunately, Mr. McGilded perished trying to get a big following on TikTok by doing the hot carriage challenge. I might have made that exact same joke during the McGilded trial. I don't remember. It's been too long. It's not fair. I can't keep track of what I've already said during these long story games. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. I like that guy, he's cool. He has a scar on his face. Was it cause of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remains. It's all gotta come together somehow, right? Like the mysterious Watson disappearance and then reemergence. the fucking evil prosecutor who's murderous as fuck. Supposedly, Magnus McGilded's death, untimely death. I still think it's death in quotation marks. I really doubt McGilded is dead. I think there's like a 0% chance that he's dead. I thought there was a way higher chance that Watson was actually dead. I was gonna give like an 85% chance Watson was super dead. But I mean, he turned out to be alive. He died again, unfortunately. He did die again, so that sucks for him, but... yeah, I don't believe any of these characters are dead unless I see their bodies with my own 2 eyes. I just don't buy it. I'm not buying it at all. And then this mysterious prosecutor, we still know almost nothing about him. We know even less about the fucking leader of the judicial system, the guy who lives in the evil clock tower. There's such a grand conspiracy afoot, but I can't see any of I can see the moving pieces, but I can't see how it all fits together. I can't see the big picture. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, poor yellow guy, he got stabbed. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. See, if it wasn't for Lestrade, I would also think something was up with this dude. Check him out. He's supposedly this unemployed, like, destitute former brickmaker, but he looks so fucking fancy. If you ignore the clothes and just look at him, he has like little monocle glasses. He's got a fancy like curled mustache and curled blonde hair. He looks like so fancy, but he's supposedly this like remarkably poor like laborer. But look at his frame too. He's supposedly a brickmaker slash bricklayer and he's like a fucking twig. But again, Lestrade kind of disproved that visual identity thing because she is pretty much confirmed to be a poor urchin rat at this point, and she has like the fanciest fucking hairdo I've ever seen. She's got that fucking Princess Amidala tech where she's got an entire galaxy in her beehive Marge Simpson hair. It's like a little over the top for a poor urchin is what I'm getting at. So I guess none of this actually affects anything, like the visual appearance of them. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery, and we still have no idea what happened that night. And although Mr. McGilded was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear that the case is not yet closed. I forgot that too, yeah, the guy with the little hat who was supposedly a hatter. He had like a fucking shitty ass hat, but that was supposedly his job. There were so many discrepancies with that case, I feel like they were all on the take. It would appear the case is not yet closed. She's got a gun! Hit the floor! She's got a fucking ray gun from PlayStation 2 though, as a matter of fact. That looks like a gun that would be in a original Xbox game that was supposed to teach you about the new controller. It has all the right colors for the buttons, they're just like slightly in the wrong spot.
I think it's about time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie, there's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious within the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe.
So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was.
Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault. Didn't they just get finished telling us that there was a spate of robberies in fucking pawn stores all over the city? Didn't fucking Gregson just tell us that 2 fucking minutes ago? That's not the best place to hide your valuable manuscript, but I guess it's more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now.
Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
That's why it said Hound of Baskerville. That's why it said Hound of Baskerville. Yay!
That's the manuscript. It's the manuscript that they put into the pawnbroker. Oh. Damn it, so we don't get to play through the Hound of Baskervilles, though. That's depressing. That's actually so depressing to me. It's the best story. It's one of the best stories for sure. There's also the one where he murders an innocent pygmy man from Africa. That one's pretty dope. But the Hound of Baskervilles is a classic. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Susato, you fucked up, dude. Susato played her hand a little too much. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room?
Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles.
She never said the title. Susato just fell for actually the fucking oldest trick in the book. Now, I am one to invoke the saying, you just fell for the oldest trick in the book very often, especially when it makes no sense. But in this case, quite literally, this is the oldest trick in the book. Just getting someone to say information that they should not have access to. Yeah, Susato fucked up. There's no getting around this. It was a lucky guess, what can I say? It just seemed like a kinda houndy place.
You said the Hound of the Baskervilles, but how could you know the full title? Well, that's...
You were a fucking bitch, Susato. You're snooping through your host's private property? These people are giving you room and board. Well, they're more like landlords, but still. Don't steal from your landlords, kids. It's a bad idea. They will beat you in court because they have more money than you. Ethically, it's fine because it's funny, but at the same time, you will go to fucking turbo jail for that shit. That's because Miss Susato is such a great fan of all the stories of Master Sholmes, of course.
But, you know, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet.
I don't understand. Susato's a fucking Snoop Sato, dude. Susato's a Snoop Sato. She's gonna fucking get us thrown out of the house. That's actually fucked up. That's so fucked up. You're living under the same roof, man. You're fucking taking advantage of that. That's shitty. Going through other people's property to find secrets and stuff. That's not okay. That's actually fucked up. She should just tell them that in Japan, everybody looks through each other's personal belongings.
Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, he would keep it safe.
So that's why the manuscript is at Windibanks?
And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
Ah! What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Oh, perfect timing, dude. It's Guida Lestrade. Miss Lestrade!
This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going.
No, wait! Miss Lestrade!
Okay, I'm waiting.
We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Susato just fucked up. Haven't we, Iris?
Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie.
Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home.
Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is then. That was a pun. That was actually was a fucking epic meddlesome pun. She was fucking literally cringing from that pun. That's how you know it was good. It's the cat! What's his name? Deagle Storm or some shit? He has like a weird ass Wagahai, that's the one. Wagahai. Wagahai sounds the name of like a fucking orc I would create in World of Warcraft. If you hit the randomize button 3 times, that's the name that comes up. Meow. Let's go, Wagahai. Look at that fucking cat, dude. This is graphics extraordinaire. The Last of Us 2, eat your ass out. Because this is real gaming right here. None of that fucking pussy shit. No pun intended, of course. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Her fucking rage at having her property stolen fueled her cooking anger. Mr. Sholmes' violent performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. Gina is such an old person name. That makes total sense that it takes place in the prequel. No offense to any Ginas out there, of course. You can have whatever name you want. It's just definitely an old person name, though. That's like being named fucking Gertrude, bro. Straight up. Straight up, no fooling. 15th April, 9:34 p.m., Naruhodo's legal consultancy. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Why did you steal our host's things? Can we talk about the fact that you're a robber, Susato?
Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine.
And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court.
Well, you already stole fucking manuscripts from our dang friends, so... Now that you've begun the life of a thief, Susato, there's no turning back.
Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something? I wonder...
What's the matter, Susato-san? Are you a fucking thief?
It's about the telegram I received.
Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose.
I've been summoned!
Oh no! Whoa! She gets fucking taken away by the magic spell, dude. Holy guac. Oh, it's a reference to the book I Am a Cat by Natsume Soseki. So he was a real guy. Okay, gotcha. That makes total sense. I am a cat. He's not actually a cat. That book is fucking false. I'm about to sue his Japanese ass. Just because he's been dead for 100 years doesn't mean he's beyond the reach of the law. That's just false advertising right there, to be honest.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me.
Oh, she's going to turbo jail, dude. She's going to so much jail for fucking stealing that manuscript of Iris's.
That's messed up.
Why would you steal your nice 10-year-old friend's manuscript and read it just to make fun of her about it? The Lord Chief Justice? When? It's a satirical book about the changes to Japanese culture. Oh, cool. Interesting. So it's like a turn of the century special.
Tomorrow morning.
What? Then we have to start preparing at once.
Oh no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san.
Oh no! Naruhodo is getting left out, dude. Listen, it's been obvious in all the cases, but Susato is the real brains behind the team for sure. The Lord Chief Justice is not impressed with Naruhodo, Naruto.
I've been summoned alone!
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Probably Iris to confront you about your fucking thievery! Susato?
Good evening, friends.
Iris, hello again. It's Lestrade, too. Go home, Lestrade. Go home! Whoops.
And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea.
Can we talk about the fact that Susato's a thief, or are we just gonna not address that?
You know, I've learned so much today, like the fact that Susato is not to be trusted.
Oh, what in particular?
The fact that you're not to be trusted. All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful?
Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we?
I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it.
You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour?
Well, you see, I came to return this.
Wait, what? That's mine! She stole it! But I'm so confused. Maybe Iris has already figured out how Susato knows, so she doesn't need to ask? Or maybe she just got distracted because she's only 10 and she forgot, but I don't think so. Why is she letting Susato off the hook? Susato's such a little rat, dude. Maybe she has secret ghost powers. I mean, Susato is like the Maya for this game, so it's entirely possible she also has magic powers. And she just like clairvoyance to the title? But that seems a little dumb. I think she's just a thief, to be honest. However, did you...
I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it.
Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. I don't think this is how child geniuses work, man. I think child geniuses are just like good at chess or good at piano. I don't think they're just good at literally everything immediately. Then again, I mean, you ain't never seen Jimmy Neutron, so maybe it's true. Maybe it's true after all.
You can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though.
Ah, thank you.
All right, then, good night.
Yes, good night. Anything you want to fucking confess to her? Susato, you stole from a child! It's literally like stealing candy from a baby. You can't steal from children.
So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Ha 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 ha.
It seems as though Iris is here. Oh, Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does. She definitely has magic powers, by the way, Susato. It was like played off as a joke that she could always read his thoughts, but I think she could actually just read people's thoughts, maybe. I think maybe she could actually just read people's minds. No, because I think other characters did that to my guy too. I think that's just a gag that Naruhodo's so obvious and like he shows all his emotions on his face. But I don't know, she's acting mighty suspicious. No one thinks she shouldn't and shit. Yes, I suppose she probably does. Alright, let's talk about your fucking thievery. The manuscript. I'm still depressed we're not gonna be able to play through the Hound of Baskervilles as like a fun trial, but it's whatever. It's fine, I guess. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you?
Aren't you going to tell me?
I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please.
All right, I understand.
No! She's a thief.
I hope I haven't made you feel awkward.
She can read people's minds. Susato can read people's minds. 100% she can read people's minds. No, because that wouldn't make any sense, because then she should have solved every case like immediately, right? If she could actually read people's minds, she should have solved every case immediately. And she wouldn't have been suspicious of me on the boat case, because she would have been able to read my mind and know that I didn't do anything. Maybe it's only people she knows well. Maybe if she gets to know somebody, she can start to read their mind. I don't know. This is getting very strange. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all.
I don't know what all this is about, really, but it's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's... That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Aye! They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together.
I like how she looks at the camera. She's like, "Are you guys hearing this shit? This is crazy." That's really funny.
Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. Maybe not quite that surprised, but still pretty surprised. So yeah, I think I'm like pretty confident about my theory that Watson originally faked his death and is now actually dead. He faked his death way back when to investigate something on his own, which then culminated in his actual death. He must not have wanted to drag these two into whatever he was investigating. So now, instead of that lady from the first trial just killing him randomly to test out her new invention or whatever, she has a solid motive. It's because he was like getting too close to uncovering some mystery. And that also ties into the Hound of Baskervilles, because again, that's a plot point in the Hound of Baskervilles, but in reverse. In the Hound of Baskervilles, Watson goes to the Baskervilles to work on this case, and Holmes stays behind. But it turns out Holmes was doing his own secret investigation the whole time. So it would be a nice little parallel. It would be a nice parallel. I think that's probably it. Sounds right to me. Because it didn't happen long enough ago for him to have written all these manuscripts and for her to have grown up without a father. It would have been like months ago. It would have been like half a year ago, tops. Apparently so. I was as surprised as... I was as hungry as you are, though. I love that sound effect so much. He is hungry, that's the best part.
And Daddy wrote all of the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him.
Oh, that's right. She didn't even say he was dead, so he didn't really fake his death. He just left. He just fucking pieced out and ditched her. That's rude. Watson, you could have at least sent correspondence. He could have at least sent correspondence, let's be real here.
So I've never really met him.
Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris is the Hound of the Baskervilles story. It's actually about a dog who is I'm hungry, if you guys are familiar. He eats a lot of people. It's really fucked up because in part of the story, I don't remember if it was, I don't think it was Holmes, but somebody basically dresses up this random dude as the guy who's controlling the Hound is trying to murder. So then he just gets like horribly murdered by the Hound of Baskervilles. It was a bit of a dick move. It was like a human decoy, and he turbo gets eaten by the dog. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story, I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right, I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean.
Oh, how?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, I showed the manuscript to Hurley. He turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that.
Interesting. Interesting, huh? What? Why would he be scared? / startled? He should have lived it. That's mysterious as fuck. That's mysterious as fuck. I don't know how much I feel about that. Wah, wah, wah.
It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that.
Oh, we get a flashback! It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. Huh. Interesting. Very mysterious. But why the Hound of the Baskervilles? Because here's the thing. This game is obviously like not actual Sherlock Holmes. It's literally called Sherlock Sholmes instead to make the distinction. But the implication so far has been that all of the stories are identical. Like the fake stories that Iris writes about Sherlock's exploits they get like glorified and turned into the real Sherlock Holmes stories that we know in the real world. Just like through her own view, right? So what in the Hound of Baskervilles? That sounds like a phrase. What in the Hound of Baskervilles? What happens in the Hound of Baskervilles that he would be so upset about? Maybe they never actually solved the case, so whoever actually did it would know that they weren't on their trail anymore? Maybe? I can't remember anything too crazy happening in the Hound of Baskervilles. No, here's what happens. The killer potentially gets away at the end. That's what happens in the Hound of the Baskervilles that's different than usual. It's never actually like shown, I don't think, what happened to the killer. They find out who trained the Hound of the Baskervilles. They shoot the Hound of the Baskervilles dead, sadly, even though he was an adorable pup. And then the guy who trained it knows that they're onto him because he's like right there, and they brought Lestrade. Not this game's Lestrade, but the police guy. And so he runs off. He runs off into the mire, presumably to his death, presumably to drown in the bog of the Baskervilles. But it's never actually shown. Like, you don't know for sure if he's dead or not. So maybe in this universe, the killer escaped. This story must not be published under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me. This is another one of those games that could be solved in 2 seconds if everybody would just fucking talk. Nobody's telling each other any pertinent information.
Alright, then I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, is it? Yes!
Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child.
She's 10! Yeah, it's the famous Sherlock Sholmes. From Arsène Lupin. Legally distinct, I'll have you know. Legally distinct. I do like that they call him Herlock, it's good. It's a good touch. It always confuses me. My brain like is just so hardwired to know the name Sherlock Holmes because it's such a famous pop culture character that it feels so weird every time. It feels super weird every time I have to say Herlock instead.
It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Isn't Lupin French? Ooh, who the fuck would trust a French detective? Oh type beat. All I'm saying is that if you were like lying in wait for the criminal smoking a giant long cigar, they would immediately know the jig is up and they wouldn't come anymore. If they saw your curly mustache poking out of the doorway, you would not be able to do any sting operations. French detectives would be wholly inefficient. The white and black striped shirts just stand out too much. The red ascots that they all wear, he would be seen at a glance. No, he would be able to crack any fucking crimes, dude. He would be able to crack the crime of the fucking missing escargot, because guess what? He's the one who ate it! But beyond that, Ed, they would be beyond his reach. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Aye! If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. He was writing she was writing the Pink Panther.
I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. Well, you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Jones is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it.
He is, though. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, in the Japanese version, it's actually just Sherlock Holmes. That's pretty funny. Yeah, the Doyle estate is notoriously litigious. It's not great. They love suing people's asses off if they step out of line. Only sometimes. Only if you characterize them in certain ways will they sue you, but if they do sue you, they'll sue you pretty good. So it's safer just not to fuck with it at all. I think that's also the show House. Same deal. Instead of, they have Dr. House and Dr. Wilson instead of Holmes and Watson, and they put it in a hospital instead. It's like new character, exact same premise, except with a hospital instead of investigator. Just because, like, yeah, you don't want to fuck with the Doyle estate, man. They love suing people.
Sholmes is lying to Iris, I see. What? Hurley's lying to me?
And now she's happy again.
Well, I'm over the betrayal of my father figure being a liar.
Alright, what do you want, Lestrade?
Bruno, what are you doing? Look, I'm not gonna steal nothing, alright? It's all junk anyway.
Charming. I suppose I should engage our guests in conversation, really. I'm trying. Oh, I didn't click on her. That was my bad. Your parents, Sholmes is like. Ding-a-ding, ding-ding-ding. Yeah, they love suing you. They definitely love suing you. That's the thing. That's why whenever Sherlock Holmes is like his own character in a story, it's always the exact like stock same character with no variations whatsoever. Because the later books where he gets like character development are not public domain yet. Because of the mouse. Because of the big mouse who keeps pushing back the age of copyright expiration. You can't like do anything from the later books. So anytime you see Sherlock Holmes and they don't work with the estate, they're so careful. They're so fucking careful not to do anything from later books. Like no character traits from later books, nothing. He's got to be like the exact same formulaic Holmes from the early books. Because otherwise you will be lose all your money. Your parents. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gyna.
I ain't got any, have I? Never did have.
No, you weren't a fucking immaculate virgin birth, Gina. I got bad news. You popped out the pussy same as the rest of us.
Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the moment we're born. Not even our mums. But we've all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones to make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. Oh, that crazy Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What would it be like to have parents, I mean? I always try to make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet them.
This is just to make Iris feel like shit dinner. And like first fucking shitty Susato steals her manuscript and now this. Should've got her dead parents.
It's true.
Poor Iris.
I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
Listen, Susato, you can't progress a conversation just saying oh comma character's name. That's not how human interaction works. You tried that last time with Lestrade too. What's Sholmes' lie though? Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris?
Well, he reckons he popped that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, it's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story really was an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Oh. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that, I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet.
She's turning into Dark Iris as we speak. She's actually turning into Dark Side Iris. She is about to slaughter the younglings. She's gonna go back to where Lestrade lives with all the babies that she feeds with her stealings, and she'll slaughter the lot of them. The women and children too, that's the worst part.
I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbanks. You'd soon see it if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth. Sometimes. Say? Oh, but I don't mean I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Iris, we're gonna get back home tomorrow and Iris is gonna have fucking tossed the apartment. Just all the Napoleon busts broken on the floor, looking for her manuscript.
Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs.
Her hair is so fucking weird. I really don't like her hair. It looks like a bow, like a ribbon. It's very creepy. This is the stupid hair gang. They're just all three of us together.
Come along, Jenny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, all right. And please don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you?
No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. Yeah, it's not actually a ribbon. It just looks like a ribbon. It just looks like a ribbon hair. It weirds me out.
You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie.
Oh, is that what it's supposed to be? Oh, that's slightly cooler. I thought it was supposed to look like she had a ribbon on, like, for her hair, which would be very stupid. Yeah, that's better. I like that a lot better.
I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then.
And that was the night Iris was tragically murdered. Iris, it sure isn't easy to forget, is it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a kid.
Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san.
Bashnov. Oh, I see. It's in the bonus artwork stuff. That makes sense. What's Susato's hair supposed to look like? A fucking giant cat licked the top of her head? Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. But also, he's dead! It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Cats do got hook tongues, man. It's disgusting. Have you ever seen a cat's tongue up close? It's really creepy. I think cats are adorable, but it's weird that they are, because they should be creatures of much disgust and despair. They've got like horrible lizard eyes, and they've got hooks on their tongues and barbed penises. They are nightmare monsters, for sure. If you're anything smaller than a cat, they're also like vicious fucking murderers. They just kill everything that they can for no reason. They will kill things and like decapitate them and then just not eat it, just to practice their hunting. They are terrifying monsters if you're smaller than them. Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, I see, it's just normal Japanese hair from the time. That's fair, I guess. That's a weird hairstyle. I'm glad Japan ditched that. I'm glad Japan ditched that in favor of giant spiky golden hair when they power up. It's definitely a better look. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I thought it was what's-her-face. Oh, she's missing. Oh, because she had to go visit the man. Wait, it's the middle of the night? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? Did she loot the place too? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She's a kid, dude. She's 17. She's not a young woman. She's a child! She probably decided to go home, eh? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. She got murdered. Guys, I got bad news. Miss Lestrade just got fucking turbo murdered. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home. I've been waiting over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? I hope it shows a giant cat face that jump scares us with its lizard eyes. I used to have a really cute orange cat that was a fucking insane creature. He was actually just like a depraved monster, and he would always attack me every fucking day. And his creepy ass lizard eyes would stare at me in the darkness. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? She's stealing! No, she's looking for the manuscript. Oh, this is chalking up to be a real tragedy, dude. That's Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Windibank's. Oh no! Bum ba-dum bum bum.
It's simple. If that story was really an old Windibank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Oh no! Not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once! Mrs. Otto! Sorry, that was Mrs. Otto talking. What if Mrs. Otto opened her mouth and she had a horrible cat tongue and then her eyes turned into lizard eyes? How scary would that shit be? As she jumped at the camera and it made a Five Nights at Freddy's scream. 16th April, 1:14 a.m., Baker Street. The door to Windibank's. It's open! No! Not the door!
And the lamp is burning.
It must be Gina. Mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly, something is afoot inside. Okay, so dead storekeeper. And then we're gonna see the, remember that they have the camera set up. The date! The calendar's been destroyed. I've got bad news. But who would destroy the humble calendar? Who would destroy the simple calendar? Can anybody see any details on that calendar that's suspicious? Or auspicious, really? I just see the numbers. What do they mean, Mason? Dun, 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 dun. There's blood on it! Oh, damn! I can't even tell because I have horrible eyes. Okay, so it says April 16th and there's blood. Got it. What else is amiss? That thing is still there. That suspicious object we saw, the golden thing right underneath the text box and underneath the chat, is still there on the table. So that's not moved. The record player is still here. Fuck, I can't remember. I didn't memorize much of the layout of this room. I didn't think it would be important, honestly, for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's clearly super important because they made such detail of everything, but I didn't pay terrible attention to it. It looks like it's the same to me. I don't think anything changed. The little view scope thing is still there too, the 3D thing. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Oh no! Hey! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! But after them, go! Right. Who were they? I didn't even get to see the silhouette well. One of them potentially looked like possibly the pawnbroker because he was tiny. The other one, possibly the like taller Luigi-esque man, could have been the guy from earlier in the day. But he should be in jail. He should be in prison jail, so I don't think it's him. The guy who tried to steal her coat. Blast! I've lost them.
Hello, what have we here? The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that?
Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot.
So?
With the policeman close behind me, I ran back to the Windibanks. Dang, 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 bang, bang, bang. Dang, da, dong, dong, dong. What happened to Mr. Sholmes? It's a cutscene. Everybody be quiet.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruto.
Mr. Naruto. Why did she say it like that?
Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door.
That's his voice?
In the storeroom.
He's not nearly pompous enough.
Hurry!
Dead pawnbroker. Yep. Shot through the heart. And honestly, Gina's to blame. No! She's dead too? They're all dead?
It's Gina.
Fucking Star Wars alien ass motherfucker. It's to be, that was crazy! To be continued off of that? No, that's crazy. Imagine if the stream was over. Well, see you next week. That'd be quite the fucking cliffhanger, wouldn't it? Power saving for sure. Wow, that was crazy. Holmes, dead. Lestrade, dead. Pawnbroker, dead. Okay, so here's the thing. I didn't pay any attention to the background because I was busy worrying about the character's safety. But, here's the thing. What was I gonna say? Yes, so we found that suspicious object that I hypothesized could have been like an audio recorder, right? Some sort of like audio recorder that was on the table. If that's the case, then this crime would actually be easy to commit. It should be hard because Sherlock Holmes set up the rudimentary security system, right? He specifically mentioned it too, which is why it's not hard. He talked about out loud while we were in the store where the like thing was that I think could be an audio recorder. He mentioned how the cameras worked. He mentioned like every security system that this store has in place. So if I recall, it works on like 30-minute intervals. It takes a picture of the inside of the store to make sure nothing's amiss. But if somebody knows that going in, they could easily just work through that 30-minute time period and do all this stuff. He mentioned a lot. I don't remember everything he said, but if you go back and watch that scene in the pawnbroker from last session, you'll be able to see pretty quickly like everything that the criminal could know if they were spying on that, if they were eavesdropping on that. Because there was a lot. He mentioned like a lot of how the security works. He mentioned the calendar too, I believe. They talked about like a lot of the security measures. Eyewitness soundbite. The eyewitness ape. That would have been a really scary time to hear that song.
Ah, I've been shot. Ah, they came back for round 2. Oh, John's going down. Oh, I'm seeing stars.
Oh, that's a new way to turn up the mysteries. The streamer gets murdered in the final case. My head just fucking explodes. It's up to Twitch chat to finish it. It's like Twitch plays Pokemon. Oh, she killed his ass. It's Gina. Yeah, she fucking killed his ass, dude, straight up. I'm just so convinced it was her now. The first thing I do after murdering someone with a handgun is knock myself fucking unconscious. What is the thing behind her? There's like a giant shoe behind her. And she's got the gun. That much is fine. Which hand? It's in her right hand, so that'll be important. We need to know her handedness. Hat is there. Everything else looks normal for her. Like, nothing's weird. Oh, it's a backpack. She's wearing a backpack. That's what it is. It's not a giant shoe. Spoiler alert. I might have been slightly wrong when I thought it was a giant shoe behind her. My powers of observation, not the greatest. Yeah, everything else looks normal. Except for the gun, of course. It's Gina! From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. Let me investigate too, dumbass. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 21 BBBB 2222. He's having a Naruhodo breakdown right now. And Susato can't even help me because she's busy with the judicial thing going on at the Big Angry Man's building. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Oh, Iris.
A telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home.
Oh yes, we asked one of those policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back.
When I woke up, I was all alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone.
Susato just fucking went to her meeting anyway. She passed by the pawnbrokery with like the police tape do not cross and she's like, fuck it. I'm leaving. Fuck this place.
What happened, Bruno?
Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh, sorry, that was her. She spoke back to him in his own voice. Turns out she's a skinwalker the whole time. She's a fucking iris walker. Gina is an effeminized version of the name Gianni or John. What? Her name is John Lestrade? I can't believe this, dude. I basically did get shot. Wait, no, she didn't get shot. I basically murdered a big fat man inside a pawnbroker store. If you can I don't know what came over me, honestly. Was it poor behavior? Yeah. But I filmed a YouTube apology video, so I feel like we're pretty even Stevens on that one by now. I feel like we're fairly even on that. Attack of the Gianni. Welcome to my pizza pasta. That's what I say for my opening, my intro. Every stream, I just cook a different lasagna. I cook it a pizza, eat it a pasta. Yes, I'm afraid so. Paper. Paper on the floor. I don't think anything in here is gonna be actually needed to investigate. The blue thing is back! I'm stealing it this time.
This looks like a telegram.
It is, but you mustn't open it.
Open it! Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see.
She can use her x-ray goggles. What did I just say? You mustn't open it!
It's a me! Irio!
Sure, her name is Super Irio Brothers, if you can believe that.
Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it.
No, that's not allowed either.
Oh, but I'm sure it's something important.
Little geniuses sure can't be mischievous. Little Einsteins, as they're known. Flying through the sky. Converse. When you click Converse, it should just like instantly cut to a shot of his sweet ass fucking Converse that Naruhodo rocks every day. It should cut to his fucking sweet ass Converse standing on top of that dead guy. Let's talk about the events at Windibank, shall we, Iris? I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning.
Oh, yes, I had a feeling.
You did?
Well, I saw one of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there.
When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but... So here's a crazy theory. This is probably really stupid, but here's a crazy theory. So, what have we established so far? We saw that Holmes is not dead, right? He's not dead, he was just clutching his side. We didn't see him get shot, specifically. We just heard, bang! We heard the gunshot ring out. We saw Holmes go down. Afterwards, we saw him on the ground holding his side. We did not see him get shot. And when we went up to that door, it was locked, but then Naruhodo opened a little passageway that looked out straight to where dead guy is, Mr. Windibank. So it is possible, not likely, but possible, that the gunshot that we heard was actually the fatal killing of Mr. Windibank through that window, through that door's opening, and Holmes didn't actually get shot. But we need to see Holmes first before we can make such wild assumptions. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Is it likely? No. It's like a 1% possibility, but it's a possibility that exists nonetheless. It's worth noting. Like, if what's-his-face, Windibank wasn't dead at that point, they shoot through the window, kill him, he falls down, then he'd be out of frame of the window. But if he was standing before, then got shot, he could have easily ended up where he did. They got away. Did I see Travis Scott singing while lifeless bodies are tossed aside? I did, I love that video. It's really fucking funny. It is genuinely a hilarious video. He goes, oh, and then he fucking, there's just people being carried out. He's just staring down at their bodies. It's really fucking funny. It looks like an alien fucking overlord. They got away. It looks like he's communicating with the mothership.
So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose.
I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment.
Oh, why not?
They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina.
Ginny? But why?
Well, the thing is...
No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that.
I know! None of us think she did it.
Then why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Dang, 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 dang. Ginny got arrested.
Loser! You're a loser!
Here's the problem. She was unconscious. Are the police stupid? Do they think she was sleptwalking? Do they think that she was the one who started the Travis Scott concert and therefore got that man shot and trampled to death? Basically, if you really think about it, Gina Lestrade is the medieval version of Mr. Travis Scott. When you really break it down, I'm saying. You have to really be a forward thinker to get what I'm talking about.
So where's Hurley then? Is he still investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals.
He's dead too, bitch.
He's dead!
I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. That's my least favorite Britishism, is when they say going to hospital.
Learn to use extra words!
You're supposed to say going to a hospital, or the hospital. Not going to hospital. What's next? Will people start saying, I'm going to school? You would just sound like a complete Moran. You would just sound like a fucking orangutan if you did that stuff.
What?
Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet.
Hurley was shot? No. No!
It's all right. His life isn't in danger.
Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital?
He's at St. Signers. They're tending to him there.
I must see him at once.
I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't.
Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed.
No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see.
To operate? Oh, poor Hurley.
Injured Sholmes. Poor Hurley, dude. This is messed up. Luckily, this case is already the Hound of Baskervilles, so it can't be the death of Sherlock Sholmes, but yeah, I'm getting very scared for Sherlock Holmes dying in this story. I don't want him to. He's literally too epic to die. It was the two thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. Here's the question though, right? Here's what I don't get so far that I haven't mentioned yet because I feel stupid. But I can't figure this out. I've been racking my brain and I don't have an answer. Why was it dark inside the shop? Did they show that and I'm just stupid and I forgot? But they said the lights were on, and when we were outside the shop, we saw lights coming from inside the shop. So why was it pitch black when we went in? We even got to see a little bit first. We got to see like the wall with the bloody calendar and everything. But now it's like it was pitch black. I don't get why. The lights like went out at some point, but I don't remember when. It's very mysterious. It's very fucking mysterious. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran out into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away! It's not a spoiler, so I can explain. Oh yeah, go for it. If it's just something I missed, yeah, feel free.
I think that's a very good thing.
Sorry?
Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well. Bruno! On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that.
Oh, Iris. Oh, Iris. Wait. Did we get details? I don't remember, man. I need to rewatch the last stream. Damn you, time! Why does time have to work like that, dude? If I could rewatch the last stream when we were getting all the information on the pawn shop, this would be so much easier, dude. I can't remember if we learned anything about the gun. Unless they brought their own. They might have brought their own. Oh, okay, I got you. It was just, okay, so just the lamp on the counter was the source of light, so It wasn't actually dark until they left, presumably with the lamp. We just couldn't see them because they were silhouetted, like they were in front of the lamp. That makes sense. So it wasn't actually like pitch dark at some point. That was just, stylistically, they had to be shown as silhouettes, otherwise we'd know. Gaben. What? He's stealing your Steam Deck? Okay, I'm about to go fucking break his hoofs, dude. I'm about to go snap off Gaben's tusks and sell them on the Chinese black market so they can be ground up for aphrodisiacs. Then I'll make my money back. How could he fucking steal your Steam Deck like this? That's gonna be the next case in this game. The game of this Gaben's tusk. Spoiler alert, it was me who done stole it. But I feel like it's fine because it was a Robin Hood situation, you know? Steal from the bitch and give to the whore, as it's known. We're gonna talk about Susato's situation. Yeah, honestly, what's his face? At this point, Gaben is like a bit of a ugly Grinch because he done stole Christmas. And he's not gonna be carving the roast beast either. Not if I have anything to say about it. Not after what he done RE the Steam Deck.
Where's Susie, Bruno?
Did they all get pushed back or are they just having like production issues? I didn't buy one, so I don't know. She's still at the police station.
Oh, why?
I expect she's still being questioned. The police say they wouldn't be finished for a while.
Why aren't you there then?
Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Miss Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later.
I see.
Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. Did I have any particular questions about how the pawn shop works? Not necessarily. I remember most stuff. I remember they had the calendar system, the ledger system. They had the camera that takes a picture every 30 minutes, I think it was the interval. And there was something about like the back room lock, but I don't remember that. And I don't remember if they ever gave details about the gun that the guy had. That's the one thing I was wondering. I can't remember, but they kept showing him with his gun, and it showed it on the table, so I can't remember if I actually ever got to examine it and learn more about it, because that could be important too. If that's the gun that was used, that's definitely going to be important. You know what? Now that I think about it, now that I fucking stink about it, I don't think the gun Lestrade had was that guy's gun. The pawnbroker's gun. I think that gun's still missing. Because if I remember, he had like a black snub nose, I want to say. I think he had like a black, or at least a dark gray snub nose. But the one she had was like a regular length silver revolver, like a cowboy style classic revolver. One of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. Oh, what a sweetheart! Thanks, Gregson. Oh, the launch of the Steam Deck is delayed by 2 whole months. Dag. 2 months? That's actually messed up. How would he do such a thing? I'm actually gonna fucking beat Gaben's rotten little ass.
You should have let me know and I would come to the station.
He's been getting away with it for too long just because he looks like Santa Claus. He's been riding on that fame. Stolen valor, really. He dresses up like Santa so that he can get the same benefits. Free parking, free chimney slides. Gina's arrest. Markiplier's arrest.
I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs at the scene? Why weren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurling dead, didn't they?
He's not dead. No, he's not dead.
This is all so horrible.
The thing is, Mr. Windebank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. That's not actually even remotely hard to do though. Like, if the thugs had the key, there was a giant gaping hole that my character opened. You could very easily just open that, reach in, lock it, and then leave. If this is a locked room mystery, it is a pretty fucking feeble one.
I see.
But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well.
Oh no.
And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards...
Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room.
Yes, exactly. How did you know?
It's the only explanation.
Yes, the only explanation indeed. Well, the other thing too is like... you don't even need to kill him and then leave the room. There was a big gaping hole and they had a gun. They could have just shot him through the hole. It's not It's not like that mysterious of a circumstance. If he was like, you know, stabbed to death 80 times with a knife, it would be a little bit more mysterious.
What do you mean by that, Rudo? Well,
What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on.
I want to go too. Take me with you, Rudo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting.
I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. It's a bad idea, don't do it. But I don't want to leave her here all alone either. All right, Iris, let's go. Perhaps you can help me. That's not a good idea.
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed.
And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation.
Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Well, that's too bad for her, because I'm more interested in the mystery. Sholmes would agree. Sholmes would definitely also have this same priority list, so... I'm sure he won't take it too hard if I go there first. I want to investigate. Wait, there's more to do here? Oh. Yada yada yada, hold on shit. It says there's something more to do here. Or maybe that just means we are here. Brown box? We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look like a little mess already.
Honey's desk is far worse, you know.
I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes's.
I wonder.
You don't think I can?
Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know.
The path to true mess is long and arduous, it seems. Okay, fuck it, I'm leaving. I want to go investigate the crime scene, I'm excited. This case promises to be quite fun. Windidank's Storpery. Let's see what's missing now. It's still looking quite fucking similar to me. Still looking quite similar indeed. 16th of April, Windibank's Pawnbrokery. I'm gonna try really hard not to say Prawnbokery this time. The last session I could not stop saying Prawnbokery. Pawnbroker, pawnbroker, pawnbroker.
This is where it happened then, last night?
That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place, looking for valuables.
But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened.
There's no sign of a disturbance. Yes, there is. There's broken shit on the fucking floor. There's something broken on the floor right there, dude. No, you're right about that. No, you're wrong about that. They still have the cool-ass skull. I remember the skull.
In fact, if anyone, the police seem to be doing the ransacking.
I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Getting a little political, aren't we, Janoski? Oh, yeah, I heard that. It's Gregson. It's Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Good morning.
I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene that was disturbed at least.
Yeah, I love their capes. It's pretty fucking dope. There's a great costume in Bloodborne that's like old-timey British soldier / police constable, the Confederate outfit. It's really sick.
Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. We need to bring back capes. Capes are pretty dope. Capes and ponchos both need to make a big comeback.
I thought you'd decide the extra men to beat around here, Gregsy.
Not like vampire capes, but like, you know, practical capes like that. Nowadays, it's pretty much only slogers who wear either.
I thought you'd assigned extra men to beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Ah, your ladyship. No one told me you were coming.
I expect you take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. My hat looks like a mailbox. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Runo's fault the rogues manages to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say.
This is so weird, dude. This is super fucking weird. She could be the devil's daughter. She definitely could be the devil's daughter. She might be Moriarty's kid. Because remember, we know that she doesn't actually know who her parents are. Her mom died immediately, and then Watson fucking bamf, the person she assumes is her father. But it's possible she could actually be some little noble's brat instead. Because he's treating her like, why would he say this if she's the son of a doctor? If she's the son of a random doctor, professor of medicine. I don't know, man. It's seeming very strange. It's seeming very strange. I think she might in fact be the devil's daughter. I'm not gonna lie. She could absolutely be the devil's daughter. I'm gonna have to save her from the burning boat and everything from that Wiccan. It's just, this is just another playthrough of the devil's daughter. I tricked you guys into watching it twice. I tricked you into watching it twice.
As you say, ma'am. The Jet in Black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change.
Oh, where are me manners? Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice refreshing fruit juice.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some.
He's glugging that shit, dude.
Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
I don't even recognize him like this. Donna. Yeah, she's the devil's daughter. She's 100% the devil's daughter. She is 100% the devil's daughter. There's no question. There's no fucking fooling, dude. Think about it this way, okay? Think about it this way. When we saw Dr. Watson in the beginning, he looked like regular Watson. He didn't have fucking pink Mobius strip hair. Hell no. So the camera still looks like it's fine, still completely intact, the security camera. Let's look at this device. This device is the most suspicious device, and if it turns out it is a listening device, then that's like an easy solve for the case.
Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Let's see what we can uncover. That's a Persona 4 reference that game just made.
What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
And then Iris says, and then he says, oh, okay, that's what's about to happen.
What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter.
The accused?
If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around.
Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers.
It looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. You got it. Cheap as chips. No, I did it again. I'm such a fool. No. This is fucking, he loves fish and chips, dude. He's a upstanding British gentleman in that sense. Old Gregsy as he's known. He may not have a chin, but he's got heart. His heart is twice as big to make up for his lack of chin.
So then, what do we have here?
Now what did I tell you, you black-haired blighter? Hands off my crime scene, Sunshine.
Her ladyship can do no wrong though, I suppose.
If you want to be allowed to investigate, I'm gonna need to see some papers, got it?
Okay, I get it, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No. I want to play Bloodborne so fucking bad, dude. I made myself mad because I mentioned Bloodborne earlier, and now I can't stop thinking about it. I just need to get a PS5 once they're not extinct anymore. Once PS5s are done being extinct, I gotta get myself one. I could play all sorts of games once I get PS. I can finally try Last of Us. I can finally try fucking, Blast of Us. I can finally try Drast of Us. I can try all sorts of fucking games. Saint Sinner's Hospital. Do you get it? Saint Sinner? It's a pun. It's actually a fucking pun. It's a little too subtle, so I might have gone over some fucking heads. Ward 3. This is not a good hospital.
Hurley, Oh,
He's dead!
he's not here.
No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? He's fucking about, dude. He's doing some weird investigating shit.
I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home.
I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that you're the baby! Oh, it was a serious injury. Yeah, Sholmes got shot. When you left, immediately, he got shot to death, and then the pawn shop owner from the last session also got shot actually to death this time, and Lestrade was found unconscious holding the gun that did him in a locked room with him, so things are not looking good for old Lestrade right now. She's looking like she's going to hell. So now my title actually makes sense again. Hell yeah, dude. My title made no sense because she didn't get arrested for that first thing, but now it wrapped back around and she's getting arrested for the second thing. Woohoo! Yeah, baby. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered.
Suffering?
Oh, sorry, that was her.
Hello, what have we here?
It's another cop.
This water's off limits. No visiting. What are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh?
If that's how you see us, sure.
Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, going under an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It has been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear, is he going to be all right?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
Oh,
I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later.
oh, poor Hurley.
Dang dang, yup, dang dang, yup, yup. Let's look what this paper says. Look what the paper says! This might be Mr. Sholmes' bed.
Poor Hurley.
I know. It looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't think that would bother him.
No?
I often find him asleep, face down on the floor, completely dead to the world.
I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. You know who else was face down, dead to the world? The pawnbroker! Except he was actually dead. That's the key difference there. Little bit of a difference there, because the pawnbroker was actually just super dead. He got, like, turbo murdered, sadly. 16th April, local prison, cell number 13. What is up, loser Strahd? She is still wearing the coat. See, that was my first thought, was that it might have been the guy from earlier come back to reclaim the coat. He said he still wanted something else from it, so maybe it could have been coat-based, but the coat, she still has a coat. She just still has a coat. It's the same coat. I couldn't really tell in the other lighting if it was the same coat or not, but that's clearly still that same coat. So, it's not that. It's not that, it's something else. It's something smells. I use sleeping gas. Yeah, me too. Anesthetic, dude. I use the Joker's laughing gas and then have chattering teeth running around the room to put me to sleep. The sweet cacophonous sound of teeth on wheels. Who the fuck created that shit? The teeth that like walk around and chitter? That's the most insane invention ever created by a human. I guarantee you the guy who invented those things has like 80 bodies buried underneath his house. And also 80 chittering teeth walking around his house. Hello, Gina. Hello, Mario. How do you still have your fucking smoke grenade launcher, you little idiot? You fucking small simpleton.
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made.
I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for? Ginny?
I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you.
Well, you can't.
Sorry.
You heard, get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh.
You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay me hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am.
She's so defensive, dude. She clearly did it because she cares about Iris. She clearly did it because she wants to get Iris's manuscript back for her. She's got a heart of gold, but she pretends like she's got a heart of cold.
But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me and the like. Said it was my right or something. Well, I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one.
She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried.
Why are you being like this, Ginny?
Ding, 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 ding. Legal representation. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender over?
He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how it's always been for me growing up in the back slums. Me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers. Or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back because of it.
What the fuck does snaffled on the back mean? They are fucking with me. They're absolutely fucking with me. They have now moved on from British English to Susian English.
They're gonna tie me to the truffula trees, they will.
Like, these are not real words. They're just seeing how much they can fuck with the American audience that doesn't know British English. They're just in, like, more and more insane words are being introduced every fucking sentence. Snaffled on the back? Snaffled on the back of it. No, that's not real. They made that up.
You can't trust no one, that's the point. Soon as you do, you're gone to the grass. Dead.
Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could...
Forget it!
Ginny, don't you trust Bruno?
Nah!
I knew it.
I don't.
About the Chattering Teeth inventor, he's a pretty interesting guy. I mean, let's be real, he has to be. He's gotta be an interesting ass dude to even come up with that idea. Let alone have that thought, and then not immediately dismiss it and actually go through building the fucking things. Yeah, sure, you can link the interview. I go watch it later.
Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
What happened, Gina? What happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers.
There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and skulked through the storeroom. Well, the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. I'm mad at him.
But why, Ginny? Why would you do that?
Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easier now. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place? Gina, are you being a stupido? She's actually so fucking embarrassed about her true feelings that she is willing to get executed at gunpoint. That's dedication to the act right there. That's dedication to pretending like you don't care about anything. She's next level.
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a bland bit of difference.
Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is.
It was to find the stupid thing. Okay, I copied that link for later. The Chattering Teethman. I really hope that it's an interview in his house and you can't even fucking hear him because there's just 80 chittering teeth behind him constantly clacking their teeth. Just a fucking cacophony of chittering teeth.
We'll believe you.
Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? Fuck you. Oh, when it comes to liars, I'm the biggest one of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have.
What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies?
She helped Mr. McClunky escape the trial, dude. She helped Mr. McClunky escape justice. Unforgivable lies.
Unforgivable! Bitch, that's a mistake.
What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help.
Get stuffed. Oh, sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by.
Oh, it's so cute. Who's this cat? And there's the snowman! The snowman is so evil, dude. I know this snowman is important, but I don't know how. He was in the other case too, very conspicuously. This is on the corner of Dingus Street, where that detective's beat ends, where the cop's beat ends. Right on the corner, right across from that Sume's house. There's that fucking snowman that lives there. And apparently an adorable cat too.
I found it in one of the pockets of this coat.
Oh my god! What? The snowman is important! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? Oh no, it's the cat. Okay, the cat's the important part probably. I hope it's the snowman though, because that would be hilarious. Because that would be pretty fucking funny. But it would make more sense to be the cat. That's what the guy was looking for? Huh. It's so weird. Yeah, that was a big ass cat, I'm not gonna lie. That was the cat of Baskervilles, to be honest. To be totally honest with you, that was the vicious cat of Baskervilles. I can't believe the fucking snowman came back. Please, please tell me it's actually important, because I said that like right at the beginning of the last case as a joke. Although to be fair, what I said was that the snowman was the killer. So it still wouldn't exactly be true, but I would still chalk that up as a W for the prediction columns. Because close enough. Sure, he's not a snow murderer, but close enough.
I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny.
The white cat photograph. Oh my god! Look, it's the pyro! Okay, wait, we knew it was in the pawn shop. That's actually not, that's actually not fucking important at all. It says doodle posting, 13th February. Yeah, so it went in February. Interesting. Meow, meow, meow. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it.
13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount paid, 10 shillings. Redemption deadline, 13th April, 9 p.m.
So this photographic print is a redemption ticket?
13th February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it?
A small box. Doesn't tell us much about it, does it?
Bruno, if Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article.
Oh my god! It's the little creepy box that I saw. Remember the like thing that I thought was like a listening device? It's that thing. Oh my god, it's that thing. And it's a music box to play the music disc that contains the secret information that we found in the pocket. It's all coming together. It's all starting to fucking come together now. Yeah, it's all starting to fit into place. This makes so little sense. I'm so there for it. Presumably, if Mr. McGill had never redeemed the ticket.
So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop?
Ah, yes. If it's something McGill had deposited, we need to investigate.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
The GTA remaster? Oh, on the Rockstar store is gone? They removed it from... I think everywhere on PC. Yeah, it got taken down on PC. I think everywhere on PC it's gone now. Poor remaster. It looked so good too. Looked better than this game. This game doesn't even have any 3D graphics. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahai. I always thought that cats like to curl up under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Not on the snowman. Maybe British cats are different. The cat is Wagahai, spoiler alert. They just painted Wagahai to disguise him. But Wagahai is the key to all of this. He's a funnier character than we've ever had. Sure, they might have gone a little too far in some places, but when you find out that Darth Wagahai was behind the entire crime, then you'll be singing a fucking different tune. The whole reason why Magnus McGilded was so fucking evil was because underneath his top hat, Wagahai was pulling his hair like Ratatouille. Wagahai was controlling him the entire time like the movie Ratatouille. It's so true, and it's actually so mysterious and scary too. He's so fucking evil. And the snowman is his fucking Darth Sidious apprentice too. It's his fucking Sith Lord apprentice. The snowman's just as in on it as anybody. He's the one who set the fire to the carriage. There was a mysterious snail trail of water leading out of the courtroom that I never mentioned until now. You can actually see it if you watch the cutscene. You could see the snowman snickering in the background as the carriage and McGilded burned down. It was the last trail that would have led back to Wagahai. And they fucking killed him because they're so evil. I've cracked this entire game, dude. I've actually solved the whole fucking case right now. Holy shit, I'm a genius. Look at my armband, bitch. Have you heard the story of Darth Wagahai the Cute? He was so cute and so epic. Would you have a look at That's strange. Where's my armband gone? I stole it again. What's the problem? Something wrong? Yeah, I suppose. You're looking for this? Ah, she stole it! Yes, but how and when and how again? I've got a talent for it, haven't I? Diving. That's bordering on black magic. And it makes what I was about to say about my armband seem a little dull. So, what do you want to tell me about it then? I want to be your lawyer. Oh well. I'll try presenting it to her again, but I think we gotta leave for now and come back. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, so my current theory is that this game is all a conspiracy, like I thought. It's all connected. The way it's connected is through Wagahai. Wagahai is like the puppet master, and on a tier below him is the snowman. The snowman and the chief justice are on the pyramid just below Wagahai on the second level. Third layer, that's where you get motherfuckers like that lady from the first case. That's where McGilded is. Like all of the people who seem like they're behind the scenes and in charge, they're actually just fucking pawns themselves. They're all under the dark influence of fucking Wagahai. If you listen closely during McGilded's theme, you could actually hear that it's the Emperor's theme sped up, because it's truly Wagahai's victory the whole time. Wagahai. Poor Jenny, we have to help her. I fucking can't, because she's a fucking dipshit. Whatever. Wagahai. Nee. First place. Let's go to Baker Street first, just to check on it. And then we'll head back to the pawnbrokery. There's a little carriage right there. I sure hope there's no burning McGilded inside of there. There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibanks.
I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home.
Poor Iris. She's very upset by all this. I'm sorry. I was there. I should have done more.
None of this is your fault, Rudo, so please don't apologize.
But
It's the criminals who are to blame for all this, so let's investigate and work on how to catch them.
Yes, you're right. That was not helpful. Wagahai, Wagahai. Man, I can't fucking show this idiot shit. I'll show him this. Maybe this counts. It's technically paperwork from Lestrade, so it's not a total lie. I'll get him on a technicality. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share, Sunshine. Not with the general public.
In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
Glog, 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 glog. That is simply divine!
Oh, he said lovely instead.
Ta very much, that really hit the spot, your ladyship.
You don't mind sharing that then? Truth serum, it is. It's fucking truth serum, so that Gregson can stop being a fucking dick lord. He's eating the fucking dick chips instead that make him an asshole. We need to feed him so much truth serum that it counteracts his assholetry. Let's talk about the investigation. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector?
Nothing to it, really. Very simple cases. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're going to charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I would like to oblige you, I'm afraid.
I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all.
No, she used her fucking techno goggles, dude. Remind me never try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you?
Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go check him out at the jail. Rumors have it that they left the audio files in the remaster that they didn't renew the licenses on. Oh, so that's why they had to take it all down? That makes sense. Yeah, apparently a lot of the really good songs from the old GTAs, they don't have anymore in the remasters, which is depressing. Because the licensing ran out, and they didn't renew it. Or couldn't. So yeah, unfortunate. Those remasters just seem like all around it was kind of a bum deal for everybody involved. Seems like a poor remaster. It's like a monkey's paw. Well, I'll take the trade-off any day, but like we got into fucking amazing Demon Souls remaster, and in return we get a terrible GTA remaster. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. I'd much rather have good Demon Souls than good GTA personally, so I'm fine with it. British people truly are the worst. They eat jellied eels. They do. They eat a lot of disgusting shit. They also eat like blood pies or whatever the fuck. What's the deal with that, Britishes? I'm looking at you, 107. 107 eats the most blood pies I've ever seen. Disgusting. You're supposed to eat the meat, not the blood, you darn Britishes. Doy. You little dorks.
Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
That's it, blood pudding. Disgusting. British people are like, do we eat the blood? Maybe we're supposed to eat the bones. It's amazing they've survived as long as they had. Probably like a Mr. Magoo series of coincidences, really, that they've avoided extinction. And Miss Lestrade's being held at the prison?
She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
What about Sholmes? Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? This is fucking making me hungry, dude. I hate watching this guy eat the whole time. I have to not eat my dinner until like fucking 9:30 because I stream. This motherfucker's eating the whole time. I haven't eaten since this morning.
I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Ever since daylight savings time, my dog has been absolutely fucking geeking, dude. My dog has a fucking immaculate sense of time. It's actually absurd. She'll show up outside my door like 5 minutes before I stop streaming because she knows every night exactly when I get off. And she doesn't even have no watch. She doesn't even have a dang watch. So now, like, ever since daylight savings time, she's just fucking geeking. Because she's like, I know it's feeding time, and yet I remain remarkably unfed.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinner's. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all.
Huh. I don't know, that seems weird. That seems suspicious as fuck. sounds like French food to me. I could see that, blood pudding. I thought it was British, but the French also like to eat snails, which is quite disgusting. And frogs. French people just find random shit on the sidewalk after it rains and pop it in their mouths, basically. Why? That's fucking nasty as hell. It's like eating a slug. Leave the fucking rain creatures alone, French. Francis.
I'm terribly sorry. No visiting.
Oh.
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair amount of blood.
An artery in his midriff, you say? As an expert of human anatomy such as myself, I think that seems highly unlikely. It's a lot more likely you would be hitting an artery if you're hit or down on your thighs. But being hit in the midriff and severing an artery? I don't know if that checks out, Inspector Degson. I actually know nothing about human anatomy, to be totally honest with you. But there aren't any famous arteries there, is there? He was holding his side, too. Do I have an artery running down my side? That would be fucking terrifying. Don't give me more shit to worry about. Imagine you walk through a door and your artery gets hooked on the doorway. Imagine your artery just gets hooked on the door handle and you don't get noticed. You get rubber banded back right into the door. Mr. Magoo style.
Oh no.
He doesn't seem to be bad in the first hour or so, but hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Well, anyway, he's having an emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop all the bleeding.
So let's recap what we've learned. He's not dealing with anesthetic well, and he's losing a ton of blood to a gunshot wound. This all seems very suspicious to his midriff. Doesn't sound like a gunshot wound at all to me.
Wabop. Wabop.
What is the powerhouse of the cell? Duh!
Mitochondria.
I don't know. I think it's the mitochondria. I don't believe in cells. I think it's bullshit. I think anything that's too small for you to see is not real, and scientists just made it up to fuck with us. Much like they made up dinosaurs. Much like they fucking made up dinosaurs. What side of the body, left or right? I actually don't remember where he got shot. I think it was his right side, but I didn't make particular note of that, so I don't remember.
Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding.
But he will be all right, won't he? They'll be able to make him better.
Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
Hey, how do I know? Well, because, of course, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why.
We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again.
Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment he's out of the operating theater.
Good man, Gregson. I'm gonna punch him in the fucking scrotum, dude. Right side of, like, upper right side of the belly. I don't think, like, we didn't get a great look at it, so it's probably too early to worry about this kind of stuff, but it looked like it was, like, right on his side. Like, right above your hip, on the left, on, like, one of the sides of his body, like, on the actual side, like, right in front of the side. That's what it looked like to me, but we didn't get an amazing look at it, so I could have just seen it wrong. Her ladyship, we saw it for like half a second. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector.
What? How is it, sunshine?
Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
What's the sauce, sonny? I'm a copper. We don't go in for favoritism.
But he's right. You do treat us differently.
It's because of those Adventures at Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why.
Oh.
I crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson.
So he wants to make sure he's represented well. That's awesome. Maybe he got shot in the kidney, I don't know. All his kidney stones came tumbling out on the floor, and then the robbers tried to run out, and they said, whoa! They slipped on him like marbles and conked their heads and got knocked out. It was Sherlock Holmes' greatest criminal catch yet. The greatest criminal catch to date.
Well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's.
What did you write about the inspector, Iris?
I don't remember, really.
It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it.
Yeah, he mentioned this earlier. He's still salty about it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Hey! The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell ya.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, really? He was mad about it last time, because he followed it up with, and that's not saying much.
Oh, because everyone at the yard reads them. They all read the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think of what would happen to my salary if it came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost to worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rats magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
It's so much more tense for him. High stakes game of reading a book. If it's higher on the right side, it'll hit his liver. Oh yeah, he could definitely die from a liver shot for sure. Dude, even getting punched in the liver hurts like a bitch. If you ever fight a boxer, which don't because he'll fucking whoop your ass, he'll punch you in the fucking liver and that shit hurts like a bastard. He'll punch you right in your little tiny liver and knock it right out your mouth. Here's the crazy part too. I'm not buying this explanation because he calls her ladyship. If he's just trying to be like an ass kisser, he would just be like really nice to her like you would be to a kid. He wouldn't be calling her no your ladyship stuff. That's like a really weirdly specific thing to do.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Glug, 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 glug.
Speaking of kidneys, this man is going to need to become what's known as a moving pisserman because he's drinking so much tea.
Lovely, it really is sport, your ladyship.
Teetotal. What? Was that a teetotaler pun?
Oh yeah, actually, there was something I was supposed to talk to you about, Mr. Naruto.
Yes, what is it?
I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now.
An important message? Wonder what it could be. Yup. It's Suzato, man. She had to go to that place. Are you gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about a young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station, isn't she?
Oh, sorry, that's him. She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe.
Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that.
One of the whipstocks took her. There in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Dr. Dingler?
Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice?
She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away! I think this is what's known as the Cube of the Ice Cube Mystery, where we go to the Lord Chief Justice's office, and we actually see the snowman in the act smashing Susie into an ice cube. He's basically just folding her over so many times that she becomes a perfect ice cube of herself. Only her face remains. It's like, you know how you can't fold paper too many times because otherwise it gets too hard? The snowman has no such qualms. He can actually fold Susie as many times as he damn well pleases. He's gonna fold her into an origami crane just to prove a fucking point. He's gonna basically fold her into a fucking flying saucer and frisbee her out the window. Oh, it's messed up, I'll tell you. It's one of the goriest scenes in all Ace Attorney. 16th April, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office. Indiana Jones and the Great Skeleton. Yeah, Indiana Jones does ride a giant skeleton in the third movie, that is true. He rides a giant skeleton that's made up of 10 tiny skeletons. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. It's because actually, the big twist at the end is revealed that the Justice is evil. He summons those two knights to life, and it turns out visor flips up, one of them is Wagahai, the other one's the snowman. Spoiler alert, I know the identity of the two mysterious knights now.
Do you You think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal.
It's not normal! There's nothing normal about this fucking place, you lunatic. How so?
I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you?
Maybe it thinks the same about you.
So, everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust.
Yes, thank you very much.
They appeared! Here they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart on.
I wonder what they're talking about.
Sorry, this is her.
I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Oh no!
He sent her back to the fucking home front, dude. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Susato-san is actually getting fucking... She has actually just got rounded up by ice and she's being sent back. This is messed up, dude. Justice for Susato-san. This is actually messed up as fuck. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
What was that all about?
Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Sasato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? This is messed up, dude. I gotta do a trial without Miss Susato?
Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear.
This is getting so intense, dude. Everything that could go wrong is going horribly wrong. Miss Susato, what's this all about?
Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has.
That's not what I asked. Katra! What happened? Why are you leaving? Indiana Jones and the Sheldon Skeleton Squad. Hell yeah, dude. Woo! That's the only way they can bring Indiana Jones back, honestly, with the new film. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was really fucking good, like a 9 out of 10 film. But they can definitely make a 10 out of 10 if the next movie, Indiana Jones is dead and he's a wisecracking skeleton, CGI skeleton, played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson instead. Now that is a way to improve the franchise. Mutt Jones is back in the driver's seat, baby. Even more giants or ants than you've ever seen in the last one. Why are you leaving?
It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no!
Professor Mikotoba? That bastard! That fucking bastard, dude. I do remember that. I remember when Mutt Jones swung around with the monkeys. What a good movie. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is goated, man. Y'all just haters. Y'all hating on it. Just because you hate George Lucas's swag so much. He also had a duel with a Soviet Russian woman on the back of a Jeep while giant ants chased them. That was pretty dope. What a good film. If I may! This was J. Jonah Jameson, but I don't remember how to do the voice. So, the Poisoner's back. I got bad news. That lady from the first trial is back to finish the job. That lady from the first trial is actually back to finish the fucking job. No. Remember she poisoned the Holmes with that, or Watson with the neurotoxin? And now she's come back for Mr. Mikotoba because he knows too much.
If I may,
Yes, sorry?
you must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugen Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University.
We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day.
I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. This is effed up, dude. So it takes 50 days, huh? That's not, see, he's gonna be fucking dead as hell by the time she gets there. Dead as a fucking doorstop, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I do believe there's a grand conspiracy afoot. I don't know all the players, but I think it's pretty safe to assume Lady from First Trial, Strongheart, and McClunky. What's his name? McDonald's? The guy who burned to death in the carriage? I think it's safe to assume those three at least are definitely co-conspirators. Like, they're definitely all part of this web of intrigue we found ourselves entangled in. I think that's like a fair assumption at this point. Guinness trial.
So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court.
Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow.
No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina? Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder at the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. In all true conspicuous case, the pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time, and Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart?
In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave, now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have seen far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? He did! Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. Stop reading my fucking thoughts, Susato. It's pissing me off.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that.
Dig up, da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da.
3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me.
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is?
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her.
A timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
You don't want to read my thoughts. That's what I'm saying. It would be a fucking curse to be able to read everybody's thoughts, dude. That would be 100% a curse instead of a blessing. Like, no fooling. Absolutely no fooling.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady.
Unless you could control it. If you could direct it, then it would be a good thing. Because you could, like, read the mind of a guy who's trying to get you invest and see if he's, like, legit or not. You could read the mind of a presidential candidate to see if you should vote for him. There's good applications if you can direct it very specifically. But it's not good overall. Very bad.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned.
Then why didn't that happen in the first case?
However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would she do that?
A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. We thought you were going to come here first, even though you already talked to her. You'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you.
Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you.
Good. Day. What a day. Gina was charged with murder. Susato-san about to leave?
Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must take haste. Make haste. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do?
As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mr. Zato. That's a very pensive look.
I think we ought to visit Gina first.
But you are Mexican.
Woo! She is Mexican, dude. Get her ass back to Mexico. They need to make Ace Attorney Mexico. That would be fucking incredible, dude. That would be a way better game, no fooling.
In any case, I should wish her well before I leave.
They had that one guy that I thought was a Mexican, but he turned out not to be in the original series. They did have one. They had that mafioso lady. I think they localized her to be a Mexican, if I'm not mistaken. Or an Italian. I can't remember. It was one of the two.
That sounds like a good idea. Let's go.
The one who pushed that guy onto the spike and killed his ass? If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Even though that was like a very clear-cut case of self-defense, she still got like turbo executed for that. It was pretty funny. There was a case where this evil lady, she was very evil. She got attacked by this insane man, and so she shoved him and he fell backwards onto a spiky post and died. And then she was guilty anyway, like she got executed. It was pretty funny. It was like very obviously self-defense. Greg's and his friends are working hard at the investigation. Yeah, we'll go talk to Ginny. 16th April, local prison, cell number 13. Hey! Hello again, Gina. She's loading up the canister. Do you really have to do that whole reload animation every time? Just keep that shit strapped, Gina. Keep that MF thing on you, Gina.
What are you not here for now?
To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously.
I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you.
Oh.
Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say.
What?
I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Aye, farewell. Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home to Japan. I fear we may never meet again.
Oh, right.
I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie! Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it?
Gina's great, dude. She's such a fucking dickhead.
It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you.
What, it's my fault?
Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in. What? I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you? Aye! Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies.
This is turning into fucking Barbie's gay club, dude. I need to fucking go back to the murder scene. Yo, what up, B-Machine? Welcome back. You got here just in time. Sherlock Holmes has been fucking shot dead. Well, he's in the hospital. He's not dead. And now this girl got fucking arrested for shooting him. It's so messed up. It's so evil. This is getting to be quite the fucking conundrum. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as judicial assistant. Oh, also Suzato's leaving the story forever because she's going back to Japan. But nobody really cares about that. It's mostly our boy Herlock that's the real tragedy. He's gonna die.
No, okay.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? There he is, dude, it's McDumpling. It's fucking McClunky. Oh, it's McGilded, that's right, that's his name. The one in which Magnus McClunky was acquitted?
Oh.
The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness as the prosecution. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe.
Will you tell us about it now? In 1275, the theft of a cow by a peasant led to a war that resulted in 15,000 deaths on the territory of present-day Belgium. Thanks, Wakabi. Good call, dude. Thanks for looking that up for me, man. I appreciate it, dog. You know, I was just thinking to myself while I was playing this game about a murder case of Sherlock Holmes in Victorian England. I was wondering what happened to the cow wars. So I'm really glad you could clear that up, man. That was helpful as hell. Thank you. The trial 2 months ago. Wakabi, I wish you died in the cow wars. As a hero, though, so it's still like a good thing. You should have died as a martyr for the cause of the cow wars.
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand.
And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Unfortunately, Wakabi was killed when he was stampeded by the cows. He did choose the losing side of humanity during the cow wars. He made a valiant last stand. He made a couple fucking steaks out of their rumps, but at the end of the day, there was just too many of them. There were just too damn many of them, and they trampled his ass. It was like basically a live Travis Scott concert in the year 1275.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
I knew it. Wakabi is the peasant who stole the cow. I knew it. Damn you, Wakabi. Why would you start the cow wars? He's so evil, dude. Wakabi has the death of 15,000 Belgians on his hands, which according to my math is like the equivalent of 20 humans, so it's still really bad. Damn you, Wakabi! You fucking Belgium slayer. What sort of thing did you lie about?
I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. Couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor.
And that's when Mr. McGilded discovered you!
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately 15,000 remixes were lost in the fucking blink of an eye, dude. 15,000 remixes just cast down like that.
He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak.
So she is the one that was spotted next to the dead guy. Wait, what? Wait, what? What's going on here? Huh? He put me next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over him. But he's not stabbed yet. He's not stabbed, he's just sitting there with no knife in his gut. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilded started asking you questions, I suppose? Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat?
Yeah, he did. Only that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threatened you how?
He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard, and about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp him before the coppers showed up.
What? But the guy was alive! He wasn't even stabbed, he was just sitting there. That's very weird. This is very fucking strange. I feel like she's still lying. Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. What did you see, Gina? She saw Waka be strangling Remix like fucking Bart Simpson, dude. He basically had two remixes in each hand, just strangling all four of them. And after he was done, he would just fucking throw them out the window and grab the next bunch. It was a slaughter, I tells you. He was looking like Sauron at the beginning of Lord of the Rings film. You said McGilded made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yeah, honestly, McGilded being evil was kind of a fucking... That's a bullshit twist, dude. No one could have predicted that. He's too likable and wholesome. He's literally a wholesome 100, Chungus Big Keanu. And yet they're gonna tell me now that he was evil? Okay, what an asspull. There were no hints that he was not on the... Next they're gonna tell me he's still alive. Fucking full of shit, dude. Just such an asspull, out of nowhere plot twist. Bullshit. I bet there is at least one person who got like legit mad at this part and they didn't figure it out. And they thought it was stupid that it happened. They're like, how could that have happened? Impossible. You were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilded sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. He's so evil that he was probably crop dusting the whole time too, knowing that she was down there. He was just fucking ripping ass the whole ride. It's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. So that part was true. Interesting. He heard that and dragged me out by the arm. That's why I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? You mean? Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. McGilded spotted it straight away. So it was the blood from the fucking murdered man inside the omnibus. That's crazy. That was on the disc. It looked a lot more fresher than that, but sure. Wow, this is like a lot of information right away. Still, a lot of discrepancies from that original case, which this doesn't answer. Like, we figured she's lying, right? Like, it didn't make sense. But this still also doesn't really add up. Because the whole thing was the thud doesn't actually make sense. And we established that during the trial. If the guy just got stabbed, which it sounds like they're trying to say happened, why would there be a thud? Like a loud thud that would make her fucking scream when she hears it. That part still doesn't make any sense to this very day. There's still so much that doesn't add up about this. The thud doesn't make sense. They said during the trial that it was like, I don't remember. Yeah, they said that it couldn't have happened if he just fell off the seat. So it still doesn't add up. Yeah, this still is not right. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. Although that, it doesn't mean she's lying, it just means she's not privy to what happened beforehand. Possibly. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bug trotter told me I want to mutter a word of it to no one. What you heard? She just said that. She said she heard a thud. Because it was so dark under that seat, I was straight in my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and the footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was McGilded getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh. Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. That's pretty huge. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilded and the victim. Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilded claimed he slept during the carriage ride. Yubba gubba 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 yub yub. There he is, dude, it's McClunky! Woo! Best character alert. Best character alert. He's back, baby. McGilded is so back, he's not dead at all. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. Enough with the flashbacks, man. It was only 3 months ago, everyone remembers. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud.
But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilded and the victim knew each other. So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. She's lying too. She's definitely still lying. There's like a 100% chance she's still lying. Because in the trial, the thud was explained by the roof, right? Like the fact that there was an opening in the roof. And the theory was that the body fell in, hit the floor, and caused the thumping noise, right? That's why there was like the fake blood painted everywhere to make it look like that. But if what she's saying now is true and all three of them were already on board, then where did the thud come from? If all three of them were already on board, there should have been no thud.
No thud, brr.
Also, he wasn't stabbed in that flashback we saw of her sitting next to him. He was just sitting there. This is super weird. Why is she still lying? Why is she still lying? She's full of shit! So McGilded was lying, as I suspected. Digga. After the event. Nah, something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up here at all.
I knew it weren't gonna take long before someone else raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed.
Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly.
So when the cab came to a stop, McGilded told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cows from up top ran off to get the coppers.
Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
Right, and after they'd gone, McGilded asked the driver to do him a favor.
A favor? A Beppo? I love Beppo, baby, he's back!
Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas.
Beppo. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street?
Yup, you got it. It was Winterbanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop his coat fast as he could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGilded opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions.
Yubba. So she didn't get out until everyone else had left the carriage. That's important to know. How does she know all this crazy stuff then? This is very weird. I see. So she was still under the seat up until the... No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know what she said. She was trying to say some weird British shit that doesn't make sense. Opened the box under the seat and let me out.
What are you talking about?
McGilded's conditions. What were McGilded's conditions then? We're letting you go free, I mean.
Not telling a soul, not for anything. About what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well.
There's more?
Yeah, this is the most important thing.
He said, then her head fucking literally instantly gets shot by a poison dart and she turns into a weird blue eel. And then you see Jango Fett fly off on his jetpack. Do you remember that scene in the fucking Attack of the Clones Star Wars movie where that lady gets shot by the poison dart and turns into a blue eel and then Jango Fett flies off on his jetpack? That scene scared me so bad when I was a kid. That scene was so scary when I was a kid. He shoots that dart into that lady's neck and then she turns blue and like an eel and then he flies away. And every time I didn't want to watch that scene because it would scare me too much. She turns into like a weird ET. She turns into like a weird blue ET and then dies.
I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all?
So her job was to pick up the coat.
You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye, the fiend's taken me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right, and I'll come fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. Here to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in the case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Winterbank so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend could come along and buy it. Aye, but I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me... Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Aye, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court and to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we?
And that's when she coached all her answers from him. That makes sense. Some of this makes no sense, but some of this definitely makes sense. But some of this is definitely still not the full truth. 100%. I am convinced at this point that this is not the full story. Whether she's lying or she doesn't know everything is up in the air, but this is not 100% what happened. I don't think so. Did the poison turn her into a frog, or did she look like that? You know what? I actually don't remember. The blue dart might not have turned her into a blue ET eel. It might have just revealed her true form. But I don't know. I don't know if it's ever like fully established, because the whole chase scene, she looks the same, I think. And she tries to lose them in a crowd at one point, so you think she would change her form then if she could. Something else. All I know is that when Jango Fett hit her with that dart, she done turned into a blue ET frog and died, and it was really scary. It's very funny now, it looks hilarious, but when I was a kid it would fucking terrify me.
What is it that you might say? And what it is that you won't?
I like how he's the same height as her. Absolute short king. We stand this short king. Like I said, you know, if you count his Mojo Jojo brain as height, then he's still pretty tall. If you count the Waga High that's inside his hat pulling on his hair like Ratatouille to control his movements, then he's still decently tall.
After he got over it all, I parked it. Got as far from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark.
So McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Na-na-na-na-na. Now Gina looks like a blue frog.
I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied. In that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so he couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with.
Yeah, her little fucking stupid gang of evil little rats.
What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together.
So you mean Mr. McGilded would have...
In an heartbeat. He could have had the lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice.
Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything.
But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Eh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need the paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the fucking crime, you dipshit. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see.
You what?
She's so annoying.
Heard he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. He what? Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right?
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Mrs. Otto?
Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. No!
Eats the papers. Literally eats the papers and climbs up the wall like a gecko.
I don't think no one to stick up for me though. No lawyer, nothing.
Bum 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 bum. She's gone. She literally crawled up the wall like a gecko and she's gone now.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
She has like 80 fuckers co-rats with her that they all work together at being rats. She can't be that lonely. She's got 80 children to feed. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Windibank at... Although something tells me he's not gonna be happy about it. Oh yeah.
To be continued? What? What happened to all me investigations?
This is getting to be a crazy case, dude. Sherlock got shot. Well, I'm gonna see if I can visit Herlock in the hospital. In the Herkspital. Because I want to see if he's gonna be okay. Oh, never mind. It just put me straight here.
April 16th, 1:26 p.m. Windibanks Pawnbrokery.
Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. You have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
Glog, 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 glog.
I'm so sick of that gag. That gag was not even funny like the second time.
Ah, lovely. Well, we'll see now. Yes,
He glugs entirely too much is all I'm saying. He literally glugs too much. And what he glugs is better left unglugged.
I feel fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Do as you please. You know where it happened? Go through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters.
So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, Sunshine.
Come on, then. Let us not waste any time.
I'm saving too. So we gotta check out that calendar. I thought the calendar said the 16th already, but maybe it didn't. It does say the 16th. So yesterday was the 15th, which means the day of the crime, it was the 14th, right? Right? Unless, no, the crime happened after midnight, presumably, so it was probably on the 15th. It was probably on the 15th, but that means at least one extra day of the calendar was ripped off and currently missing. Currently turbo missing. We're gonna investigate this thing first though, because it seems incredibly fucking important. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are. Well, I'm not confident I can get it closed again.
Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope.
Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Holmes showed us a picture yesterday you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used the great big contraption over there.
Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself.
I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. What? You still have to clean your toilet just because you got money? I'm saving. So that was not a recorder. That was not like a spy device, as it turns out. It was just yet another stereoscope. But what if we use the photograph on it? Dang, 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 dang. Doo-da, doo-da. But what if we use this photograph on it? Doesn't work like that, I guess. I mean, we only have one photograph and we only have one thing to do with photographs, so it seems like a good solution, but I guess not. Let's check out this thing too, the calendar. Look here. Oh my god, it's a bullet hole.
Oh yes, a bullet hole. I can see the bullet is still lodged on the wall.
Presumably, Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime.
He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once!
Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet.
Yod. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. I may be able to help you with that. Okay, here's the interesting part about that, right? Like, sure, blood could get there, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, very importantly, the blood is also on the 16th. Like the 16th one. Which means that it had to have happened after the extra date got ripped off. Which shouldn't happen, because we were told that the man is super specific about his calendar. He takes immaculate care. He does it every day at the same time. He changes the date on the calendar so that he can keep his like bookkeeping in order. So the fact that the extra date was ripped off and then the blood splattered on it is actually super important. That is, I don't know why yet, but that's definitely super important. For sure.
I may be able to help with that. There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo?
Ugh, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris.
I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes to blood, we're all different types.
Yes, what a scientific observation.
So you need this.
Oh, no, what is that scary-looking thing?
Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch.
Oh my god, it revealed that it was Hulk blood! Hulk blood! It turns out the Incredible Hulk used his Hulk smash technique on the poor proprietor of the store. He's the true killer. The color of the bloodstain changed!
There, does it make sense now?
Yes, I think I'm starting to understand.
Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. In a flash! Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. It is, isn't it? I bet Ginny would say bleeding great.
So whose blood are we looking at then?
We don't know yet, you pink bastard!
Well, my character asked the question, but she's still a pink bastard. Yeah, that's true. She did just tamper with the scene of the crime. Bad. Arrested. Bullet in. She's going to jail too. She's getting executed right next to Ginny. It'll be a co-op execution. They're both small enough to fit in the same guillotine. Whose blood are we looking at?
Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... I just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash!
It's more like two flashes, really, isn't it?
One flash or two, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. I rhymed!
So it's not Herlock's, because we saw it there before Herlock even got shot, I believe. We saw that particular splatter on the wall pre-Sherlock shooting, pre-Sherlock sniping. You're already banned, Iris. Leave. Iris literally got banned and she's still fucking chatting on a new account because she's so toxic. She just created the account Iris ___ X123 so that she could keep chatting.
As long as I have reagent left, sure.
Okay, so wait, why does this not say red check mark? I already observed. I guess I'll try again. Yeah, she made the account Iris100. She got banned because she kept sexually harassing fucking British people. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow.
Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different.
I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Okay, there we go. Now we got check mark. He just wanted to crack wise. Crack wise Gamgee.
Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsley said.
Yes, and that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Oh no! No, he's dead. No one cares about Lestrade, but he's dead. I still can't tell if that's his pistol or not. I can't tell if that's the guy's revolver. Mr. Windibank, face down on the floor with Gina beside him. Because we've already established that that picture is just kind of a strange color. It's just like strange lighting, because her jacket also looks to be a different color than it normally is. So, possibly still that same guy's room. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Iris is about to come in here and tell us that 15,000 Belgians were killed in the Cow Wars.
Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll powerbomb them through a fucking table.
Wait, I want to see what this is first, though. We're not gonna talk about the fucking explosion shatter on the floor? Or... Okay, I guess I'll just go through the door then. Be that way. See what I care. Windibank storeroom. The skull? Oh, maybe. I didn't get a good look at it. Shit. I just saw that it was still there. I should go look at it again. Good call. We'll go investigate that once we're out of here. Poor Mr. Windibank. Windibank storeroom. There's the pistola. That does not look like his pistol, 100%. It looks more like the pistol that the Tallman had who tried to steal the coat. Poor Iris. She's clamped up completely.
Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windibank's life was taken in this very room only last night.
Iris doesn't care. She has no humanity behind those eyes. Get out of here, Gregson. Don't do the same fucking stupid gag again. If he drinks any more tea, I'm gonna throw my controller through the fucking TV. Wait, Inspector!
What is it now, Sunshine?
You took one look at me and tried to run away.
You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, said they. I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from she.
I'm afraid that this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector.
Hey? What are you talking about, mate?
A shape-shifting Claudite assassin from Zolan, Zam Wessel, could assume any humanoid form. What? Zam Wakabi could assume a slightly humanoid form. A somewhat reasonable approximation of a humanoid form. So she was a shapeshifter. I guess she was just bad at shapeshifting then. Or maybe she did transform during the chase scene, I just didn't notice it. That's also possible.
Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
But I mean, I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
I see a box. I see a little silhouette of a box. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. I wouldn't.
Oh, Hurley.
And inquire into how Mr. Sherlock Holmes' operation is going. Let's spray that blood too. First I want to check out this box, because they mentioned that a box was what the guy was looking for. The chest! The Hound of the Baskervilles! Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris?
That's the box that my manuscript was being kept in.
Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this.
Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
We must check inside the box at once.
Yes.
They look so stupid. You're small now. They both became super shrink mode. Ah. It was there. Iris's story was there. Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris?
Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still, it's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well hidden frown. She is not frowning. She is not frowning, as in matter of fact, she is smiling, as a matter of fact, too, is the weird part. The strangest part is that she's actually smiling. Also, I'm gonna Photoshop her hair and goggles onto Wakapi's face. Unfortunately for him as well, that's also gonna happen. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. She says, Naruhodo, you suck. And she smiles. Or frowns, according to Ryunosuke. Pop out. Pop out. We're safe. I see a gun. I want a little gun. Oh, could I? Oh, record player. That's not a music box. It's just a record player. Anything else important here? I want to look at this little scaramouche of a box. So let's look at that first. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them.
I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look.
Pieces of different people's lives, quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere here. Or at least there would be, not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, Sunshine.
See, that guy read my thoughts too, so it's not just a Susato thing. It's not just a Susato takedown. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Yeah, the position is definitely suspect, I'm not gonna lie.
Poor Mr. Windabank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Most likely the fellow died as he wouldn't have felt a thing.
Not true. Not true at all. If you get shot through the heart, you have to live through 10,000 years of torment, if you didn't know. Little known science fact for you. You get sent to the world of the Pinhead guy. What are they called? The Cinephiles or whatever the fuck? Make you look at their little funny box. Helltaker? Hellraiser? I don't remember. I don't know about movies. This must be his blood then. Turn that shit green, Iris, so we can make this more mysterious, shall we? Crank up the mystery factor, Iris, by a factor of, oh, say 10,000? I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps...
Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
Green it! Green it! Oh, it's blue. Blue. So now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windabank's blood.
And it doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop.
No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. It is true. Yeah, you get sent to the Jovi dimension as it's known. You just fly around the Jovi dimension like live-action Mario when he flies through the portal to the dinosaur world. Except there's badly superimposed Bon Jovi faces behind you and you're stuck in the music video. Instead of hellish cavern walls. Some would argue it's even more hellish that way.
You give love a bad name.
You gotta hear that for like fucking 80,000 years straight, man. It's enough to drive any man to madness.
You give love.
That's a big ass butt. Look at the symbol though. Oh my god, I never put that together. Her symbol is the same as the Japan symbol too. Because it's the 4 dots. The clover, dude, the clover is so important, but I don't know how or why yet. This like clover looking thing is so fucking important, but I don't know how or why. But it's like a recurring symbol all the fucking goddamn time. But why? Wub wub, wub wub. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? She's from the Susato Future Takedown. I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Hate it. Pop Wildebank is his name? Pop Windebank? Pop in the bank? That's great. That's pretty good. Pop in the bank. Do you understand such things? They were here so that they could dig under the floor and go to the bank across the streets. Just as Holmes had fucking thought. Just as Sholmes had fucking thought. I can't believe it's all come out like this. It's not actually. There's no way. They would never do such a thing. Yeah, they could have at least said, "I'm so sorry." I mean, come on, do they not have any fucking manners? So uncouth. I don't trust them. I don't fucking trust them at all. I'm about to give her a Susato takedown. And by that I mean I pick her up and break her in half like fucking Bane would have done. This is a revolver. A real one! And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windebank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. By the way, we never saw Windebank with this yesterday, didn't we? Or we did, sorry. No, it's different! I knew it! I knew it was fucking different, and you all doubted me. You all doubted my fucking amazing powers of observation that I could tell the color black from the color white. But my brain is just too fucking massive, bro. It started thumping and humming, and it said, "Those are different colors, dipshit," and I fucking learned. I fucking learned instantly. No, you're actually right though, that is true. The Japanese don't like contractions, because it's weird. English having contractions is just like objectively weird if you think about it. You just take 2 words and mash them together. What the fuck is that shit? It's so super dumb. And it makes people confused too. You look on the internet any day of the week and try to get people to spell the word there, and you get 18 different answers for each application. It's real fucking simple. There's only 3 differences, but people just don't do it because the contractions throw them off.
I shall have to take my own life.
It must be the same gun. And last night, it was not the same gun, it's a different fucking color, Naruhodo-san. And when I looked through the spy hole into the door of the room hole, that was the same gun I saw in Gaina's hand. That wasn't Gaina's hand, to be honest. I don't know why won't is will not. It doesn't make any fucking sense. There makes sense because it's they are, so it's they are, R-E. That one's even phonetic. It makes sense. But won't? Hell no. It's probably from back when you used to say something else for will not. Like back in the old England times. Girlfriends brag about their boyfriend's cologne. That's a fucking terrible thing to brag about. You know what? I will say, as long as your boyfriend doesn't wear like Axe body spray / Old Spice body spray, you're probably alright. When I was in high school, I used to wear Old Spice body spray. They spell it colon. Woo! Now see, that's something to brag about. Get you a man whose colon is functional. You don't gotta get that dialysis drip. That's fucking radical, dude. I haven't seen that, but that's actually hilarious. Cologne. Cologne does look like it would not be spelled the way it is. It's because it's a French loan word. English has a ton of French loan words. We borrowed so many words from them. That was the same gun I saw in Gyna's hand. Mr. Windebank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? He did! That's what I was trying to remember earlier. Do you remember when I was like pounding my fucking head trying to think of what I had learned about the revolver that was important? It was that. There's only one bullet loaded in the revolver. That's incredibly fucking important and I couldn't remember. I was trying, so right now we have established beyond any doubt that there were 2 guns on the night of the murder. Not only because of the different colors discrepancy, but more importantly, the bullets. That is physical hard evidence. There's a bullet lodged in the wall and there's a bullet lodged in his ball. So we've got 2 bullets and the gun only had 1 bullet loaded. So there is another gun that we have not established. I can smell my boyfriend's colon from here. So cute, dude. That's honestly relationship goals. When your boyfriend don't wipe his ass. Heart emoji, drooling emoji. Mr. Windabranks had a single bullet. He had a single bullet lodged in his colon.
It's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired.
I love when it's smelling my boyfriend's colon. That's good. That's good stuff you've discovered. That's high level technology right there. That's pretty fucking funny. I love shit. I love people who can't spell. It's very funny to me. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. One of my all-time favorites is the Uber Eats text of the lady who's trying to, or the man, I don't know what it was. It was over a text. I don't know why I assumed it was a woman. Probably just because of the stupidity. It was some sexism shining through. Something I need to observe within myself and correct, but I digress. It was an Uber Eats text, and she was trying to drop off lasagna, and she just could not fucking figure out how to spell it. She tries like 8 times, and then she just ends with, "That shit Garfield eat." It's so good! It's so good. Lasagna. That shit Garfield eat. I guess I should head back to the main room. I'm gonna look at this thing first though. Make Iris look at the body. Iris?
Don't worry, I'm all right. But we must find the true culprit.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Susato. Fucking stellar contribution as always. I guess I should talk to Professor Dinkle as well, but first we're gonna go check out Reanimated Bit's lead. Reanimated Bit told us about the skull might be looking a little jank, so I want to check that out. Make sure it's not mad stank. Windabank's main shop. Then we'll come back to talk to Johnson. Yeah, it definitely, the top is missing, but I can't remember if it was always like that or not. Huh. And there is a little shatter. Fuck, I wish I could remember more from last time. We did see a screenshot of the desk from the camera, but it didn't get entered into evidence, so I don't remember what it looked like. Because I honestly feel like maybe this was on the other side of the desk entirely. The books and the skull, they might have been on this end of the desk, so it would make sense if that's the top of the skull shattered on the floor. But again, I don't remember because it's been too long. Yeah, that's the one. Lasagna, that's my favorite one, the third one. That shit Garfield eat! I love that image. It's great. Lasagna. It's an impossible word to spell if you don't go into the word knowing it. If you try to sound it out, you will fail. That's like a spelling bee word if it wasn't so common. Let's go back in there. It does happen. It does happen once you're like far enough out of having to write stuff all the time. When you're in school, you know how to spell words like completely flawlessly because you have to do it every day, right? But once you stop having to write shit for school, it starts happening. Like I start finding words every once in a while where I'm like, I used to know how to spell this and now I just spelled it wrong and I feel like a fucking moron. That happens to me every once in a while. There'll be a word I used to know how to spell and I just completely fuck it up. I'm trying to think of one. It's usually words that are like the double ups. Like words that have doubled up letters in some spots and not the others. That's ones you can fuck up pretty easily. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. Committed is a good example, but it's not one I fucked up. But I could see people being like, dropping an M or a T. Scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Sure, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less.
C-word. I can see somebody spelling it like that.
Definition, please. Language of origin, please.
Every time I watch a spelling bee, I just want to take like a porta potty on the back of a pickup truck and drive it through the wall and give every one of the kids a swirly. Every single one of the fucking spelling bee kids, just like a mobile swirly mobile. They're always so obnoxious.
Echolocation, please.
And the judge starts making clicking noises for them. Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh yes, your ladyship. Do allow me to humbly explain. Last night at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door-to-door storeroom was found locked from the inside.
Door to this store, actually. But it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, madam, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thus-wise.
That's another word you don't want to mess up. Prostrate? That could very easily lead into a cologne-based situation, if you ask me. It's a little too close for comfort.
And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. She's not alive. She's British. That's barely a life. That's basically like being a vegetable. Yo, John, what's better, Dark Souls 2 or Dark Souls 3? 2? Is that even a question, Mr. Burger? You're gonna even ask me that as a question? It's easily 2. 3 is fun, but it's not interesting in like any way. It's just like Dark Souls 1 again. Dark Souls 2 is its own fun game. It's its own completely new experience that's great. Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2 are all like very, very different, interesting games in their own ways. And then DS3 is just like Dark Souls 1, 2. It's not that interesting. It's still a fantastic game. It's still like a solid 8 out of 10. But as far as the Dark Souls go, it's the worst. It's not even opinion, it's just really fact at that point. It's got like the worst art direction, it's got like the worst, uniqueness to it. It's like an afterthought. The only thing that's good about Dark Souls 3 above all the others is playing PvP in it, because it's the most active game. Dark Souls 2 PvP is more fun, but nobody plays it, so if you want to do PvP, you go Dark Souls 3. Other than that, I always take Dark Souls 2 over 3. Always, any day of the week. Bloodborne's the best Souls-like, or Souls game. Bloodborne, DS1 or 2, Demon Souls, DS3. I'm just saying the facts, dude. You may not like to hear it, but these are the facts of this world as they stand. These are the facts of this world. Wasn't this year's Spelling Bee winner also a basketball prodigy? Oh no! Dude, my swirly plan will backfire horribly. Giving the Spelling Bee kids the swirlies, they will give me the swirly instead. I can't stand up against a basketball prodigy. It was probably this fucking stupid Watson from this game. She'll say indubitably my stupid fellow and drown me in toilet water. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
I'm afraid to say, She had Dark Souls 3 exposure.
She actually ended up dying from the cringe, unfortunately. She died from the cringe because she read an internet opinion of someone who said Dark Souls 3 is the best Dark Souls game. It was a tragic death. It was completely unnecessary. This is why we need much stricter laws on free speech. You know, free speech absolutists, like I used to be, I've changed my mind and now I'm a absolute free speech reductionist. I think people should only be allowed to say things that I agree with and make art that I like. Otherwise, illegal off with your head. I found an interactive map of all the ships sunk during World War II. They got sunk in New Zealand? That's just embarrassing, dude. Imagine being in World War II where you're fighting all these incredible battles with world superpowers, and you're the dudes who got sunk by New Zealand. Basically, they just strapped a rocket to a sheep and it sunk you. That's just embarrassing. That's not good at all. You got dudes being pinned down by American forces outnumbering you 2-1 and holding them off, and then you have the dudes that lost to the sheepfucker brigade. Zalia Avant-Garde. Is that actually their fucking name? Zalia Avant-Garde? That's like the name of a fucking Star Wars character. Also French, so I'm internally blowing my load chunks. What do you call when you throw up? She had the gun that was used in her hand. Yeah, so that's not the right gun though. So we're still on the case. We're still on the case. No! Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. It's the wrong gun! It's a different color. Also, that gun only had 1 bullet in it. This is going so mysterious, dude. How are we ever gonna get poor Lestrade out of the electric chair? Maybe we could just replace her hair with rubber so that it doesn't affect her. It was German! That's what I fucking just said. That's what I just fucking said. I know it's German.
In our pocket, we found the key to the doors.
What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct, all of which leaves a ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid.
Haha, your friend's gonna die. Just like your parents. Woo! That's like double orphan, dude. If your parents die and then your friends die, that's even worse.
Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding.
Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Honestly, you deserve that if you're a Dark Souls 3 player. The least you deserve is to have your parents and friends killed. I mean, come on now. That's just karma at that point. Well, Dark Souls 3 player is fine, but Dark Souls 3 apologist, unacceptable. If you think Dark Souls 3 is better than Dark Souls 2, that's one thing. That's like bad opinion, but acceptable. And then the people who think Dark Souls 3 is better than Dark Souls 1 are the people who deserve to have a New Zealander sheep rocket destroy their submarine off the coast of New Zealand. That's the highest tier. That's the highest tier of depravity. Is Dark Souls 3 over Dark Souls 1ers. Sholmes' operation. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley all right? Is he?
Well, the thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well...
Out with it.
Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body? Anesthetize, what? Is that even possible?
No! It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Estus cancel is back? No, really? Oh god, why? Well, I know why. It's because they're just using everything from Dark Souls 3, but I fucking hope they patch that. I really hope they patch that. That would be so miserable. Estus canceling is actually the fucking worst shit ever. It is so bad. I'll just learn it. If it's still there by Elden Ring, I'll just learn it and use it. Because fuck it at that point. But it's so lame. It's so fucking lame.
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is still asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medical work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
Oh my!
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still with his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes round again.
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I'll get the word.
Oh no, the PvP is looking rough. No, that sucks. The PvP is what gives it all the lasting power. Honestly, for this one, I would be fine with a focus on PvE, especially because there's so much like world exploration to do. But I still want the fun PvP, man. I'm honestly also fine with them doing the PvP balancing after the fact. I think that's okay. I don't mind it as much as a lot of people do. It would be better to have it at launch, but I'd rather have the game itself be super solid at launch and then just shit gets nerfed afterwards. I don't mind the rough first month of people using bullshit. If they have to take like a month to patch out the Estus canceling and shit, I'm okay with it. It'll be annoying, but it's whatever. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. See, now this game could be an acceptable DS3 to have as the favorite, it seems. Because this game has like all the exact same gameplay as DS3, but then it's like a completely new world and completely new ideas. So it could be like really good DS3. It could become like the best Souls, I think. Nah, I don't think it could surpass Bloodborne. It's definitely possible, but I doubt it would. But of the Dark Souls, I could easily see it jumping to the top. PvE is looking incredible. That's what I fucking want. That's what I want. I'm gonna go into it completely blind and just explore. That's what I want to do. I want to go in totally fucking blind and then just explore everything I can fucking find. It will not be a speedrun, I'll tell you that much. If I find out where the final boss is, I might just run and try to do it immediately if it allows you. I doubt it would, but... in Breath of the Wild, you can do that. You can just run straight to the final boss. It's pretty hilarious. Let's go to the Windabanks thing. Oh yeah, oh. Let's talk to the Bobby. To the Bobby. But that being said, in most of these FromSoft games, especially Dark Souls, there's like the 4 bosses, right? At least a couple bosses that are like landmarks that you have to pass before you get to the final one. But then again, this one's not as structured. It's not as like linear, so maybe they won't have that. I kind of doubt it though. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. What if they pull a fucking Giant Memories again? That would be hilarious. If you could go to the final boss, but he'll have like infinite health until you take out the weaker bosses. Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and find every ledger of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime in a pawnbroker's? It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime in a pawnbroker's. He teleported. He actually straight up teleported. Yeah. I would talk to this idiot too. This cape-wearing idiot. This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh, sorry.
There's a major clue just there.
Really? Then we must tell Gregsy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I'll need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift.
32x damage resistance, Vendrick. Yeah, dude. It's so fun. It's like fighting Midir, just infinite fucking health. Now that's Ancient Dragon. Ancient Dragon is just Midir. They really have a tough time, the British police. Poor British police.
That doesn't stop us investigating though, does it?
No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at.
Yeah, I already looked at the calendar. Here.
Yeah, Vendrick's like pretty ass. Just because of that damage thing. The damage threshold thing. I like his stupid little attacks. It's pretty hilarious. He just does these really slow but gigantic sweeps that do like 100,000% of your health if it touches you. We could linger here a little longer.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I already looked at everything, though. Oh, we checked the music box. I guessed. Shovels? Shovels? Ow, ow.
Argy.
Argy is definitely the like female version of Awa Awa. When an Awa Awa makes its mating call, it hears the response of Argy from the inside the jungle, from deeper in the jungle. There's the article ledger here, Mr. Oh, there's the lamp. It's smashed. It's the picture of the cat next to the snowman. What? I see. I get it now. I know what happened now. I figured out the crime. Are you ready for this? Let's put the crime scene together, shall we? Those dudes wanted to get into the back room, the evil men who did the murder. So they needed that like redemption ticket, and they knew what it looked like, but they didn't have it, so they faked it. They made like a fake version. And so the guy knew. The boss was like, no, I'm not gonna let you into the back room because the real one's right here. We have the real one. Gina had it. The girl who's being accused of the murder. She's the one who had the real ticket. So they tried to pass off the phony ticket. It didn't work. So then they had to just attack him. Then they just had to bust him up. There's article here. Mr. Windibank's notes. What this? It looks as though someone has left a little photograph. And there's the broken stuff. It wasn't the skull. It was the glass from the lamp, as it turns out. I couldn't even tell that was a lamp from back here.
Look at the back. There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie. Show us.
Bloody fingerprints.
15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m.
A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat.
No. 13th February. They tried to fuck it. They tried to, they tried to troll him. Yeah, they faked it. They faked it so that they could still redeem it. So that they could still redeem the argy sound effect. Because they fudged the dates. Spray that shit. Spray the finger. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think.
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though.
It seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand.
But this photograph of a cat looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else.
Oh yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print.
Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out!
All right, stop rushing me! Oh no! Oh no! They're not exactly the same. Look, they recreated it. Well, spot all the differences, gang. We gotta spot all the differences. I think the only difference is the cat's face. Is the orientation of the cat's face. I think that's the only thing that changed. They did a remarkable job of recreating this. Holy shit. Like, absurdly good. It's like slightly closer to the snowman, and it's looking like directly at the camera now. But besides that, it's literally identical. It's absurd. The hat's the same, the smile on the snowman's the same, the stick arm's the same, buttons are the same, scarf's the same, everything's the same. Yeah, they got the evil snowman too. Evil snowman's still in on it.
They are exactly the same.
They're not, they're different.
I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know?
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windibank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical photographs?
Actually, that's not quite right.
Sorry?
If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly.
They're not?
Have another look at them now. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other?
I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints?
Well, it's because they're a set, you see.
Oh!
I'll see. I'll see. It's for that device, you say.
It's for the 3D device. It's for the 3D device. That you look through and it turns everything 3D if you cross your eyes. They're a set to go into that 3D device. No, I don't.
This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Yep, everyone in London is raving about them at the moment.
Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently?
Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholm showed us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there.
Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. You know what? I was right on the money. The first thing I tried to do with that cat picture was shove it into one of the stereographs, but it didn't let me earlier. Because we needed both of them.
Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions.
What, really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know.
Oh, God.
No, please, spare me, Iris. Spare me.
Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just open them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have two eyes.
2 eyes? Shocking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. What do you see with your left eye?
Wakapi is now online. I've never seen a fucking more menacing message than that.
And what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
Hey, my brain is really amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Hey.
Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So if you could persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see depth in these prints.
Yes, Rudo, you're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that?
Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you could actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really? How to view a stereoscopic print.
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Suzato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me, and see if you can copy.
What the fuck?
Make your eyes do this. All right, let me try.
This is fucking really creepy and weird.
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
What the fuck? Please show every character in the game come into frame and do this.
Wonderful. Now it's your turn, Rudo.
The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice.
Okay, thank God, that was really freaking me out. That was super creepy. That's like some shit that would happen at like fucking Doki Doki Literature Club or something. Just like all of a sudden characters turn to you and have the weird eyes. Let's try looking at the prints.
Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes.
Whoa! I can see it. I can't see it, I don't get it to work.
You should see two overlapping images like this.
Oh, okay, it's just gonna do it for me.
You try it now, Runo.
I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose.
Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until...
It's 3D, mate.
They form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real. I could look at it all day.
They stare at you cross-eyed and stab themselves. She's doing it again! That's actually super creepy. That's like the fucking, like the cover of The Grudge when the girl is just like peering down over her lids at the camera. Was that The Grudge or is that something else? I remember. That fucking creepy ass, she looks like that shit. She looks like the Momo. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle.
Like this, is it?
Oh. There, you managed it.
So now you know how stereoscopic images work. I did not manage it. I did not manage it at all.
Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo?
They're certainly amazing, but isn't it easy to get the knack, or it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly?
No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we?
We sure did. Susato.
If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here.
Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum.
Then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back and...
Shwa, 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 shwa. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently.
But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them.
But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case.
Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them. I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. I did not see it in 3D, so this information is going right over my fucking head. One gentleman's overcoat, £1. 15th April. Yeah, so this one, the pertinent information that they're trying to distract you from is the fact that they're different. This one is worth one small butt, and it is 13th February. Oh no, sorry, this is for the small box, that's why. One small, and the other one's for the code. So the box was actually dropped off 2 days earlier. Mr. Windebank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what the front and what's the reverse side now. This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, I having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGilded 2 months earlier. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. And the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box, deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Could that have anything to do with all this?
No shit, motherfucker!
Okay, so we got one small box. That's what they were looking for when they tossed the joint. That's what they were looking for when they tossed the joint. That's what they were looking for when they tossed the joint. It must have been, this must be like a fucking object hunt, bro. This must be like a fucking object hunt. There must have been one extra thing out here in the shop when this happened. Unless we visited before the 13th, but I don't think so. I think we must have visited after the 13th. We must have, because it's now the 16th. So it would have been a long ass fucking time ago. In a land called Kickapoo. So it must have been out here for sale somewhere. Da hee bop. Yee bop. Is it this? There's a box over there. I imagine it's the one in the back room, but it shouldn't still be in the back room is the only issue. He should have put it out here for sale. If you let your concentration slip, you might miss what people say.
I already listened to what everybody has to say, little girl.
I guess we'll move to... Poor Ginny, we have to help her. I could go talk to Ginny about it. I'm gonna go back to the storeroom real fast first, just to see if I can spot the box. I would think it's this like very conspicuous small box on the counter here. But there's also a drawer that's been tossed right back there. And also this trunk, obviously. Maybe they thought the trunk was the small box. It's not that small though, it's kind of big and huge actually. It's kind of huge ack man. Alright, let's go visit Sherlock, aka Herlock, aka Murloc. Yada. Nope, nobody here. Let's visit Ginny. Yeah, okay, we visit Ginny. 16th April, local prison, cell number 13. Gina doesn't appear to be here. She's getting questioned, bro. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why? Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Oh. Ugh, you had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Holmes would have thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, your friend's dying in the hospital. See ya! We should try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Baker Street. Nope, not Baker Street. What did I miss in the Windabanks, man? What did I miss in the Deka Banks, dude? What did I miss in the Donka Banks? I might have to just interact with the stereoscope thing. No, it says check mark. Oh wait, but the one in the back though. Aha! This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. We can also try showing what's-his-face more stuff. Gregson?
That's a music box. You have them where you come from, Runo.
Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan.
Oh well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? It's playing Undertale! I fucking love Epic Undertale! What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound?
It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy with all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks.
Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word.
Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Rap for your Honda, oh hit a hit. I'll try showing her like a Nintendo GameCube or something and see what she has to say about that shit, huh? Here you go, Iris. I brought you a famous Broker's tourkit. What do you think about the blood? The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris.
I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. And you could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Yeah, howdy, pop, hip, pop, hip. Let's go talk to Geekson. Da-na-na-na-na, whop, 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 whop. I will show her the blood samples portfolio. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this?
No, I don't like you. You're fucking stupid.
He's glugging again. He's actually fucking glugging again. I can't believe that he's glugging again. He is glugging yet again. I refuse to look at him glug. Alright, well it's not that. How about the Manuyo Scram?
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest?
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose. Would there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll await its publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You're not gonna be arrested, sunshine.
I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? He unhinges his jaw like a snake and swallows her whole. I don't know what else to show him, honestly. I'll show him the funny picture of the funny cat. No, he's gonna glug. He's just gonna glug. I will refuse to see. I refuse to watch him glug. Oh, no, he's talking about it. Shit, he was talking about it the whole time. I thought he was gonna glug.
What do we have here then? A redemption ticket for an article disposed here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of stationery and just wrote it down on a photograph. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilded's overcoat. The one the little diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to,
Runo's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't. I never doubted you, my ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
It seems Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windibanks.
Is that right? Oh!
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to.
Yeah, baby. Woohoo!
I found out why I was stuck. I unstuck myself. I said, "Step bro, I'm stuck," but then I got Step bro to unstick me in the dialogue tree by giving me extra dialogue options, as he's wont to do. The second redemption ticket. Yeah, I could talk about that, I guess. It does seem incredibly important that there was a mysterious other ticket that this girl wasn't privy to, which means that Mr. McGilded was really like, he was really shoring up his defenses, you know? He was making sure all sorts of other people were doing shit for him.
So that he wouldn't be fucked!
The second redemption. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilded's overcoat.
Hey, you mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just one music box disc, it seems.
Humph, I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it proper.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded deposited another article here with Mr. Windermere.
Yes, I could see it written there. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to McGilded. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation.
Mr. Gregson, you don't even know what fucking color turquoise is, bro. Fucking turquoise? That's the color that only women are capable of perceiving. I have a personal theory that men are not able to perceive any colors that are not red, blue, green, or brown. Anything in between is completely made up by either the atheists or the fake hashtag scientist community to try to discredit our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To try to make him seem small compared to all these big colors. Fucking turquoise? What is this? Just say green. Just say green, Gregson. Well, her eyes aren't even green, they're blue. So he's trying to trick me too. He's a fucking devil in sheep's clothing.
It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. One of my favorite videos ever is this guy who's doing a tribute to DMX after DMX tragically passed. He says, DMX! It's so fucking funny. He makes like all these animal noises and sound effects, and then the very end is just like a really quiet, high-pitched meow, like a kitten meow. It's an amazing tribute to poor DMX.
That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months.
So the small box will no longer be in here then?
That's right, it's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop,
Where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Yes, the shelves in front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure.
This is getting old. I was thinking the same thing. All right, let's go. We're gonna check out for little boxes. Tiny box, tiny box. I wonder if there's ever been perhaps a famous YouTuber who utilized a small diminutive box. Main shop.
What do you want, Iris?
So there's a shattered glass, but that's not really a box, is it?
Yeah, Hungry Box!
Hungry Box, apparently Hungry Box Tim has become quite depressed of late. I saw a clickbait thumbnail of Hungry Box like crying playing Smash Brothers. And it said, "You won't believe Hungry Box is a noob," or something like that. And he started screaming so fucking loud that he passed out yet again! Hungry Box is gonna pass out and then wake up 9 years later in the Metal Gear Solid 5 hospital. Bow, 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 bow. He'll get chased by the fireman. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale.
That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many.
I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes, it could be on any one of them.
Mr. Sholmes said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps, the small box of Mr. McGilden's contains something of very great value.
Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open! Oh no, I got Susato takedown. That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. Ah, this takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. We'll save again. It's been a long time since Hungry Boss San rescued me. What? I was gonna say Hungry Boss Sama arrested me, but then I had a fucking stroke halfway through. Unfortunately, I stroked out just a little bit. I'm not seeing anything. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. I see nothing out of place either. I see the shovels are all still there, man. The ledgers that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn.
It's too much to think about, better to sell it all and have a clear head if you ask me.
But clearly Mr. Windibank was very careful when it came to articles in his hair, in his care. Yeah, he kept all the items in his hair like Marge Simpson, so? Who's gonna stop him? It's his own store, isn't it? Take a date or your shit. Alright, we're out of stuff to investigate in here.
Look at this photograph!
What do you think of your own manuscript, Iris, you little fucking idiot?
Oh, my manuscript.
Mr. Sholmes said he deposited it at Windibank, and he had.
But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it?
I'm afraid I have no idea. All you can do is wait until he's ready to tell you, I suppose.
Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines.
Yeah, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely isn't the reason, but I can't. Shut up, marsupial. That fucking little stupid asshole Iris is straight up hopping out the pouch right now. She is absolutely gone marsupial mode. Let's go talk to Ginny. Nope, Ginny's still being tortured to death. Nope, hospital's still being tortured to death. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Beep, 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 beep. I'll go to Strongheart's office, I guess, see if anything's happening here. Nope. Where must I go next?
The Shulm Suite.
I'm trying to find somewhere where, like, I can look at Susato so I could, like, what do you calls it? Oh, you say, show her the manuscript. Arahoto's legal consultancy. Did she check the blood on the second picture? I don't know if I showed it to her. That's actually a good point. Yeah, we wanted her to check the blood, but I don't know if I ever showed it to her. She's in the main pawn shop. We can do it here. Let's see, let's see. All right, Marsupial, you're up. I'm gonna need you to not use your strong prehensile tail to dangle from a tree right now. You got bigger tasks ahead of you. You've got bigger, more important tasks ahead of you. Which one was it?
It was this one.
Oh, I just have to do this. I'm a fucking idiot. I just didn't click. I didn't examine it more.
Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here.
I have noticed.
The red smear, you mean?
Yes. Looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case...
Yes, we need Iris.
We should show this to her before... Okay, we gotta do that anyway. Oh, now we can... Okay, now we can do it for sure. Because it updated. Updated autopsy report.
Oh, that looks like blood.
I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather.
Well, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me.
Mushrooms! It's gonna be green as hell, dude. It's gonna be the greenest blood that you could be. Purple? Wait! How could there be purple blood on the glove? There's just too many kinds of bloods now. There's actually entirely too many blood types. There's already 3 blood types. We got purples, we got blues, and we got greens. Do we have any more blood anywhere? No. Yeah, it's animal blood. Look at that!
Yes, that's a color we haven't seen.
Good call, 107. Good call to double check this picture.
That's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it?
We simply, oh, this is her. We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood.
Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is?
I do! Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. I'm saving. Ow. Not from the color returned, but with a little deduction.
That's right, I think it's clear.
Iris, you know as well?
You first, Bruno.
Who do you think it belongs to? This one's so easy, guys. You actually have to be a complete fucking simpleton if you don't know whose purple blood it is. I believe that this is the blood of... Do you know? Have you figured it out yet? Have you figured out who the blood belongs to yet? It'll take a second. It'll take a second to click. It'll take a second, but I think we know who it is. I think we know whose blood it is. That's right, it's McGilded! McGilded! It's not McGilded, but I'm gonna say so anyway. Mr. McGilded? Yes. After all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. Oh, you don't think? You mean that during the incident on the omnibus? Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he must have sustained on the omnibus. Poor McGilded, dude. He was bleeding out. Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on Mr. McGilded at all. No? Wrong. Wrong. You stupid. He obviously bled from underneath his fingernails from the, deep stabbing that he committed. Oh.
We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away.
Yes, I suppose we can. I'll have to think this through some more. Who do we know was bleeding at the time?
I know who it is.
All right, I believe that this is the blood of...
It's Thrice-Fired Mason!
Thrice-Fired Mason!
You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there.
Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course, I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though.
The victim of the omnibus case?
Yes, oh, that was her. She took my voice for a split second.
Yes, his name was Thrice-Fired Mason.
But that would mean that this blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windibanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time.
So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago.
Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. He sure was. No, you were on the right track, 107. It was blood from Mr. McGilded's hand. It just wasn't his blood. It was the blood of his fucking tragic victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Drayson.
I now ask us, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
Even though... Wait, I might be wrong. I might be very dumb. I just remembered, it just showed the gloves again and there was no blood on the thumb area, so I could actually be super wrong and stupid. Uh-oh! It just showed the gloves and there was only blood like on the inside of the fingers right there. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes.
Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope.
Yes, I think you're right.
Yes! Okay, good. It was just the game being stupid. It was just the game being stupid. Not me.
I think you're right, Runo. Very well. Let's make a note of this.
The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. The blood analysis has been done in the thing. Okay, so purple blood literally is not gonna come up. That's just like, we gotta get rid of that purple blood. Dong! Dong! Oh my god! Iris is freaking out too, dude. Iris is geeking. She ain't never heard a clock before either.
I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windibank set such a wicked trap?
I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Bro, but what if the clock had struck and made loud noise and it spooked the criminal so they shot him?
Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon.
Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. This is perfect timing. We have 4 minutes left in the stream. So we can go get her to admit to letting us defend her. And then we can end the stream right there and do the trial next week. Same John time, same John channel, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time, Thursdays through Sundays. This is coming next Friday, every Friday till it's done. We're gonna continue this story. And if you missed any of the earlier parts of this stream or any of the previous streams, check out the YouTube archive in the bio below. You will see all the old parts in a convenient playlist labeled Assassin's Creed 3 Revenge of the Tiny Purple Child. What's this game called? Ace Attorney Chronicles, that's the one.
Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer.
Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did.
The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching.
In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Guna. There we go. Next week, we'll do the thrilling conclusion to this case, for sure. I still know what tomorrow's stream is. Possibly Phasmododia and possibly not. I'll let you know. Let's go to the prison. I gotta talk to her fast. Yo, what up, Alulim? What up, Lulim? Hey, my name's not even in there this time. Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry, I got confused. I missed it for a second. He said, Konnichiwa, John-sama. Genki desu ka? I don't know what else he said. The second one was a pure guess, too. That was pure logical deduction, nothing else. I see my name now. It's Smiley Face 3 Winky Face. The best name. 16th April, 5:41 p.m. Local prison, cell 3. Ah, Gina, good. You're back. We're gonna need a Lulim to translate, because I can't talk to this fucking white pig. I only know the glorious language of Japanese. Not any of these fucking disgusting white languages.
The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Aye? Oh, don't bother me.
Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibank's.
Oh, right.
Good evening, Lord John. Are you well? Is your day well? I was close. Is that what Genki desu ka means? Because that's what I guessed. Ba-bum-bum-ba-da-ba.
Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy.
Yo.
Oh, hell yeah, baby. I guessed it right. Woo! That's the best way to communicate with people in other languages is just kind of guess what they were saying and then guess a response.
What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. I did it. That's not...
Gina, we came to ask for your final decision.
Aye? What decision?
About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not?
I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see.
She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. A cool tip, if they say ka at the end, it's a question. Oh. So anytime I go to Japan and they say ka, I'll just say,
Hi. Hi. Hi.
and if they ask any follow-up questions, I'll immediately unsheath my katana and fucking disembowel them. And then I'll wipe it off and put it back in its sheath. That way they won't think I'm illiterate, they'll just think I'm insane, which is much better. What we've uncovered. So Genki Desu means I am well, and Genki Desu ka means are you well? Interesting. So you could just say any statement and end it with ka and it becomes a question instead. That's pretty cool. That's convenient. That's handy as hell.
Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it?
Unfortunately, we don't know that yet.
You know, say.
We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you're innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts we have managed to establish.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Well, for example, the reason for you being in there in the first place. I think I now know why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm gonna have to get some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. And thrust it in Gina's face! Can you not use the phrase thrust it in Gina's face with her? And perhaps I can present it to her calmly, I suppose. Wait, what was I supposed to do? The reason for what? Oh, the reason she broke into Windibanks. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Ding, 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 ding. Let's put the story manuscript. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom. The manuscript of Iris's latest story.
Oh! Oh, right. Well, that's good then.
Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no signs of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception, the box file that housed the manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript?
Hey?
You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it?
Hey!
Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Manuscript.
Alright, yeah. It's Baskerville's story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right?
Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds.
What?
So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you?
No. Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mantle script, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place.
For Iris's sake, isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did.
But
I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it.
well,
When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before.
grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me.
That's the echo because it's a flashback.
Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look.
Dude, that's so much character development. Do you understand? Do you honkies even fucking understand? Honk, honk, honk keys. Where's my keys? It's because it's giving her character development while also providing a dramatic obstacle for us to overcome. Now she learned that people truly can trust each other, so she's gonna be willing to trust me to represent her in court. But she proved that the trust between Iris and Watson was real. Or Holmes, rather. Iris and Holmes.
If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny. That was so sweet of you. All right. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris.
Wow.
It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I wanted to know the truth, that's all.
You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript?
It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father.
We can tell. Fatherless ass behavior. Fucking breaking into people's homes and stealing their shit. If she had a father, he would have fucking whipped her into shape day 3, dude. And by that I mean he would have picked her up and thrown her headfirst into the wall so she looked like a crumpled soda can of a human. She would look like one of them cartoon accordion characters walking around.
Well, Iris ain't like one. She got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder.
I shouldn't have made fun of her and told her I'd throw her head into the wall after this, like, sweet confession she's making.
That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night, when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Daddy?
You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner?
Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and kind, Ginny.
Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we?
Look, give it a rest, will you? I hate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper.
Gubba. If I hadn't noticed until now, it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat, it's doo-doo! Woo! Guys, that's disgusting! Oh! What the fuck? That's so fucking disgusting, dude. Are some very suspicious red stains. Those ain't red, dude. I got bad news, Mr. Naruhodo-sama. Those are not red at all. She was actually just wrist deep inside of Mr. Windibank looking for the script. Both arms, too, which is a lot rougher. That was like almost a Mortal Kombat fatality before he shot himself in the heart to end his suffering. She was double elbow deep within the Windibank. She was like Buzz Lightyearing into his ass cavities to find the hidden manuscript.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. So she's got blood on the sleeves. Blood on the sleeves. Get Iris to spray it with goop, dude. Oops, sorry, I gotta present this. If this takes much longer, we'll just cut it here, because we're already 10 minutes over, so we can save for next week. But I think it'll be better to just get to the court segment, which is in like 2 seconds, if I could do this perfect, and then we can end there. That way we can just start fresh with the court stuff next week. Those stains on your sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet.
What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo?
You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night?
Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anything else. Hey, take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
Got her. Got her ass. What color? Purple! Oh my god! It's... That's crazy, dude. It's Mr. Gumpelstein. What's his name? The crazy Irishman? McClunky? Mr. McClunky? Mr. McClunky did stab the guy, and now we have proof. Remember, the blood sample from the glove was also purple. Thrice-fired Mason's blood is all over McClunky's coat, dude.
Oh.
Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course, the black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. That's really stupid, but sure. That's so much blood, dude. You would have seen it and smelled it. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly.
Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha, yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago.
I knew it.
What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean?
It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed.
Oi, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story.
Ding, da ding, da ding, oyan, oyan. What do you want? Game end! Go to the court section, bitch! The truth of the omnibus case. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's coat.
But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. I killed that guy for fun and sprayed purple blood all over myself. I mean, I helped him heal his stomach. I was about to start worrying about me gloves, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
But if you look at all this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull a victim to his feet.
No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat.
The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. Holy crap, this is actually getting so crazy, dude. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Mr. Magnus McGilded. He's so fucking evil. This is character assassination. McGilded would never do this. Mr. McGilded did nothing wrong.
Mr. Naruhodo?
That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I mean, it was your job. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? It was your job. That's what you're supposed to do. It's not your job to decide if he's guilty or innocent. It's your job to provide the best defense you can.
Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent?
I believed. Or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon.
A weapon?
Da-ding, ding, 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 ding. A lawyer's weapon. Oh my god, I need to go to bed, dude. I need to feed my fucking dog. Before we came to Great Britain, a friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson.
You mean Kazuma-sama?
That's exactly who I mean. Listen, Ryunosuke, we lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what the truth is and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their case. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? God, sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back in the end. Soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one.
Gina, may I ask you something?
Sure, go on for fucking 10 more minutes, you dumb bitch!
I'd just like to make absolutely sure.
What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial?
How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away.
Are you really sure that's what you want?
I bet that's what he wants to know now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're all telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened.
I trust her.
Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you at tomorrow's trial.
Hey, are you half-baked?
Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth.
Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo? Didn't you call what I said before? I'm a born lawyer. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it.
Yub, 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 yub. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others, but I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize.
What do you mean?
The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I promise you this, whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
What do you expect me to say to that?
She's crying. Baby alert! Guys, this is actually what's known as a baby alarm going off. You hear it in the distance? I can hear the wambulance closing in on our location as we fucking speak. It's come to cart her off. It's somebody's nap time, if you ask me. Put her in the crib. They already put her in a giant metal crib. And it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully.
Do what you like. You Eastern lot, I don't know what you are. I don't get you.
Yay! Okay, trial time. Fuck me, dude. That was like 20 minutes over. I'm sorry it took so long extra, but yeah. We will be back next Friday for the rest of this trial. Or the trial portion of the case, rather. Gina's never taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out all right in the end, I think. Go, 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 go. To be continued.
Ow, ow, ow.
What? There's more! Stinger! Guys, there's a stinger. Hang on. More cliffhangers before the very end, before the next trial. A stinger is happening. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice! Okay, now editor, I'm gonna need you as soon as I press A, cut all this out of me talking, but then as soon as I press A, just like swing the camera around like it's revealing somebody and just show like Thanos doing the twerking dance, like that gif of Thanos shaking his ass. Just have him in the other corner of the room just shaking his ass, and then cut the video there. Just make it play a loud, like, dong, and then it shows him, and then the video cuts off. Miss Sasato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Who's this? It's Inspector Dipschelstein.
I suppose you were using one of those Japanese mystic arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about.
If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector.
Gregsy?
Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening to our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all.
After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-da, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye and bye.
That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship.
Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I didn't! I'm leaving!
I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the moment.
That's me. That's me as Gregson.
That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will well.
Emergency?
Lord Strongheart?
Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off! There's more conspiracy afoot!
Dude, there's so much fucking conspiracy afoot, it's insane. This whole game is just one giant fucking conspiracy afoot.
Goodbye, Gregsy, if you have to. Let's chat soon.
Good night, charmed. Can't wait. If you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. And then he faded away into fucking nothingness like he always does.
Gregsy's so funny. He always says such silly things.
It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency at the Supreme Court is all about.
I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Zato.
Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later.
No, meet me at the fucking courtroom, you doi. Well, she's not coming to the courtroom, that's right. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. No, Susato-san leaving, dude. Tomorrow, Susato-san is leaving. Leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Okay, we're cutting it here. There's just like way too much fucking fluff, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? We're cutting it here. We'll be back next week. We will be back next Friday. Same John time, same John channel. I'm sorry I went so far over because I thought we were going somewhere. I thought we were going to get to the trial on a big cliffhanger. Well, we did get a big cliffhanger, to be fair. The fucking Mr. McGilded is a killer shit. But yeah, we will catch you next time for the thrilling conclusion to the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles. 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time this coming Friday. Thursdays through Sundays, I stream other games as well. And again, if you miss any part of this stream or the previous streams, check out the bio and the link below. It will send you straight to the YouTube archive, and you can see all the parts you've missed so far of this game, and also the other story games I've done in the past. I would recommend the Persona 4 one. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. But yeah, I will catch y'all then for more. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.